Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It is overcast this morning and 29 degrees, so cold, but we'll get up to 51, partly sunny skies. There is a chance of showers today as well. Stick around for the forecast right after the news. The White House is now offering a framework for what it wants to see in new health care legislation from Congress. It's being called the Great Health Care Plan.
Trump's new proposal is short on specifics. It aims to lower prescription drug costs and force insurance companies to be more transparent about rates. The key provision? Trump wants to send money directly to Americans into health savings accounts.
That's ABC's Andrea Fujiai. Insurance premiums for the millions of people who already get their coverage through the ACA are soaring now after Congress allowed subsidies to expire. A silver alert this morning. TBI searching for a missing Dixon County man. 86-year-old James Nash has been missing since yesterday. Now, he may be driving a white 2018 Toyota Camry with a Tennessee license plate number of 044 BKPB. It was last seen on Thursday night in Jackson. A Davidson County judge has denied a new trial for Antioch Waffle House shooter Travis Ranking. In 2022, Ranking was found guilty on all charges in the shooting in which 4 people were killed. His attorneys argued that Ranking should be granted a new trial because his previous legal team failed him. But the judge in his motion yesterday found there were no sentencing or trial errors and that the guilty verdicts stand. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. After 2 days of uncertainty for investors, Wall Street bouncing back Thursday after rallies from chip makers, banks, and a surprising solid jobs report, all pushing all 3 stock indexes into the green. The Dow Jones closing 292 points up, with the S&P 500 gaining 17 and the Nasdaq gaining 58. Following yesterday's major outage for tens of thousands of Verizon users, the company says they will provide affected customers a $20 credit to provide some relief following the technical issue that did not meet the standard of excellence our customers expect, according to the company. The company has not said what caused the major outage, but says it's been fully resolved. Spotify listeners going to have to pay a little more for the streaming service in the coming weeks. The company announcing the monthly cost of a premium subscription will rise to $12.99 a month starting in February. That's up from $11.99. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Right now, the Dow futures are plus 45. The Nasdaq futures are up 147. S&P futures, they're plus 20. That's the latest news. Stick around. We've got your traffic and the weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Heads up for travelers this morning on eastbound 40. This is in Rockwood, Tennessee. It's between Airport Road and Harriman Rockwood. It's closed off this morning on 40 eastbound. There's an overturned semi-truck, and it's being cleaned up right now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:05, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. What do you mean Jones getting coffee? I had a whole bit ready. I've been really working hard on this in the 10 minutes before showtime, and she's going to get coffee?
He's not just doing that for theater of the mind. I literally talked to him in the talk back and said, hey, she's got to go get coffee. And his face twitched.
Yes, because I'm like, I did this whole thing just for Joan. She said, did you see this thing on the internet? It is so funny, and you've got to do it.
To be fair, there's lots of funny things on the internet.
And I just spent 10 minutes, my little fingers editing to the bone, and you tell me she's off getting coffee? All right, fine, whatever.
I love how they make us the go-between between news and host.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the
game of telephone.
The poor producers, I mean, when Beelzebub, when I think it was Bell that was in that chair, and then Pamela Furr was over there. And, she and I were just epic battles back and forth. And the poor Bell, I mean, no wonder he hates me. I don't know if he hates Pamela, but whatever. Anyway, moving right along. 615-737-9986. There is a lot going on. So since she is not back yet, I'll go ahead and just do some other stuff now. At 5:35, I'll do it at 5:35. At 5:35, I promise you, the funniest thing you have heard today. It's early yet, I understand that. But the funniest thing you will have heard today is coming up at 5:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so there is indeed a lot going on. Let's talk a little bit. Here's where we're going today. We've got Trump threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act in Minnesota. I love that. So, I mean, we'll continue to talk about that. Things do seem to be settling down a little bit in Iran. However, I don't think that's over yet, not by a long shot. So we have that to talk about as well. We do have some not so great polling for the Republicans heading into the midterm elections. We're going to talk about that. By the way, Sam, I should have told you before the show, but Congressman Andy Ogles is going to be with us in studio.
Yeah.
That
would have been nice to know.
Yeah, it's 7-ish, 7:35, I think it is. So he's going to come and just hang out for a little bit of time. And it's been a minute since he's been here in the studio
Since
on my show.
Graced you with his presence.
Sure. He announced that he was running for Congress on my show. And I infamously, in the first 15 seconds, was like, hey, thanks for being here. So let's get this over with. You running for Congress or not? So... Anyway.
And he's been straightforward and to the point ever since.
Yeah. So we'll talk to him coming up at 7:35 or 7 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Is Joan back yet? All right. She's not back yet. I want to talk about then, Tom Homan was on with Laura, and we're going to have to do the link here in a second. Tom Homan, speaking of Minnesota. So one of the things that I like about what they're going to do you know what they're going to do in Minnesota? So all of these nut jobs in Minnesota that are attacking ICE officers and so forth, Tom Homan said yesterday on Laura Ingram's show that they're going to make them famous. They are going to get the video, and they're going to identify them. And then they're going to make them famous, including perhaps, letting their places of employment know what they're doing when they're supposed to be at work. So that's what Tom Homan's going to do. And if they are going to do that, that's fine. If these folks are proud of what they're doing, then they should not mind being made famous. So we have that audio for you coming up as well. People are freaking out about the Insurrection Act in Minnesota. It doesn't sound like there was a lot of, it's really cold in Minnesota. So I think Chris Hand has a point, which is the fact that if it was in the summertime, we would see a lot more craziness in Minnesota. But because it is still incredibly cold, then I think that a lot of these people are like, all right, you know what, we're kind of done with all this, and we're going to go home. However, there was a moment during the White House press briefing yesterday with Caroline Leavitt where supposedly Tim Walz is trying to get a hold of Donald Trump. Now, I posted this video on my X feed at Dan Manda Show, and I asked people, do you believe that Donald Trump and Tim Walz, do you really believe that Tim Walz is trying to contact Donald Trump? I don't believe that he is. I think that, Tim Walz bloviating and blowing smoke as he does. But this is what happened yesterday in the White House press briefing about that.
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. I was with the president about 30 minutes ago, and they hadn't spoken at that point. Look, the president is always willing to answer the phone when people pick up and call. When there was another tragic shooting many months ago in Governor Walz's state, he spoke directly with the governor. But I would ask that the governor stops inciting the harassment and illegal obstruction of law enforcement in his state. All ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to do are remove people like this off of the streets of Governor Walz's city.
And I love it because she is holding up, for you folks watching on Super Talk TV, she is holding up a piece of paper with all of those illegal alien murderers and rapists and all of them that they have arrested. Because realize Tim Walz and Jacob Frey and Keith Ellison, these are the people that they are protecting. And Caroline Levitt is spot on.
Minneapolis and of his state in Minnesota. If you look at some of the individuals in this photo, these are all illegal alien criminals who came into our country under the previous administration. This is the most disturbing crimes you will ever read about. And there's only a few reporters in this room who will actually talk about these individuals. This is all ICE is trying to do. They are trying to remove people like this from Governor Walz's state. And so, yes, he should pick up the phone and he should say that he will cooperate with this president and with the federal government in making Minnesota safer, because that's all President Trump and his administration want to do.
You know what's so funny, Joan? You heard that audio bite?
Yeah.
And I heard the little baby in the background.
I heard that too. What's going on there?
It's one of the reporters.
Yes. I'm surprised they weren't screaming out.
Oh, well, you know what? In the White House press briefing, I don't know if you know this. Maybe I'll ask Brian Wilson this. But, these days when you get your press pass to be a White House press reporter, they give you your press pass and they also give you a pacifier. By the way,
done, Tim.
Thank you. By the way, Joan, you weren't here. You do know what I wanted to do at 5 o'clock?
What's that?
When you were off getting coffee?
Oh,
I wanted to do the thing that we talked about.
Oh, no.
I spent 10 minutes putting little bleeps in that whole thing.
Yeah.
It is ready to go. So I've already promised people at 5:35, you are going to hear the funniest thing that you've heard today.
It's honestly.
Granted, it's early.
Yeah. I watched it over and over and over again.
I did too.
Yeah.
I did too. And so I will talk about it at 5:35, but I wasn't going to do it. But I said, okay, you know what? I'll just do the audio because there's a lot of cursing involved and we don't have video editing equipment here at the radio station. So, but the audio version, it's actually really, really funny. Just trust us on this. Listen, 5:35, and we're going to play you something really, really funny. All right, it is 5:14, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Did you hear, Joan, speaking of reporters crying, did you hear Caroline Levitt eviscerate
yes.
that reporter from the Hill yesterday?
It was glorious. And he dug himself that hole. He was waiting for it.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. He should have kept that pacifier in his mouth.
Snarky little thing.
So we'll play some of that audio for you as well. And we just got a lot to do today. So it is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Yeah, the roads around here are looking pretty good this morning. If you plan to travel, just be advised that on 40, the eastbound lanes between Airport Road and Harriman-Rockwood Road, this is in Rockwood, Tennessee, there's an overturned semi and they're cleaning it up. But that area of I-40 is closed off this morning, eastbound lanes in Rockwood. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. As far as your weather goes for today, which, by the way, it is indeed a Friday, breezy this morning, otherwise cloudy most of the time, with occasional rain and drizzle this afternoon. High of 50. Is that what you have, Joan? A high of 50?
Yes, isn't that awesome?
That is, that's great. Awesome sauce. So similar weather throughout the weekend with a progressive cool down, seeing a high of 35 on Sunday. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Speaking of Tim Walz, just real quick, because one of the questions that I would ask is, do you believe that Tim Walz is truly trying to reach out to Donald Trump? See, okay, so Sam shook his head no. Joan, do you believe that there is a sincere effort on this?
Come on. No way. No way.
Ye have such little faith.
He is, this is the plan. You know, all this chaos takes away from the attention on all that fraud and how it points directly to Tim Walz. So
you must have heard that guy last night on Red Eye Radio.
You know
he said the same thing.
He sounded so smart.
It happens every once in a while.
Every once in a while.
So this is Tim Walz, and so I want you to think about this. If you're really wanting to de-escalate the situation, would you say things like this?
ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
That's insane.
They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers.
He's making this seem like, I mean, obviously Nazi Germany. That's what he's trying to make this sound. He doesn't sound like somebody who wants to de-escalate things.
And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans.
Oh my gosh.
He wants to de-escalate, doesn't he, Joan?
Yeah, sure.
But he's not going to look into the Somalian unmarked vans, though, right? Those are fine.
Right.
Those
well, that's exactly right. They're not looking at, they don't want to look at the Somalians that are doing all of the fraud. They don't want to look at all of these, crazed liberals that have been attacking ICE agents. He doesn't want to talk about any of that. And I doubt very seriously that most of what he is talking about is horribilizing.
Kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government.
I mean, totally get how he wants to de-escalate. I can hear the de-escalation in Tampon Tim.
Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video.
Oh, yeah, Tim. We have watched the video. And you know what we saw? We saw Renee Good and Rebecca Good taunting and harassing and obstructing ICE agents. That's what I saw. And I also saw and I heard Renee Good drive her car forward, hitting the gas and hitting the ICE agent to the point where he has had internal bleeding. That's what I saw.
We've all seen what happened.
Yeah.
And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death.
You know what's so funny? So in that little sentence, he says, so we could have a, whatever he said. Did he say unbiased or whatever investigation? Literally in the next sentence, he's saying we're going to have an unbiased investigation to hold the ICE agent accountable, who is responsible for Renee's death. So clearly he believes that the guy committed murder. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me with Tim Walz. And so I don't believe he wants to de-escalate anything.
An impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death. The Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family.
You know what that is, and we talked about this yesterday, was that, number one, if Renee Good was impeding ICE and encouraging violence, and that is what she was doing, and Rebecca Good was as well. So they want to look at Rebecca Good and see exactly what her role in all this was. Can you tell me, Sam or Joan, have they released the cell phone footage from Rebecca Good?
No.
No?
They haven't yet.
I wonder why. Like, isn't that kind of weird? Like, because I would love to see what she was up to.
That's right. She was the one that was filming over there.
She was the one that was filming.
Well, now imagine she's got clips from earlier on in the day that are going to be geotagged of where they were, who else they were harassing.
What they were doing, the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, by the way, Sam says he has a sounder for Tim Waltz.
We have a new Tim Waltz sounder, courtesy of South Park.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
Do you know what's so funny? That actually sounds like Tim Waltz. No, it does.
It's really funny because it's Mr. Garrison who at some point throughout the genesis of he transitions to a woman and becomes Mrs. Garrison.
Oh, he does.
So it's very fitting. And he stays bald just like Tim Waltz the whole time, with that old man crown.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they both wear glasses.
Well, whoever that cartoon character is that you're talking about is probably smarter than Tampon Tim.
He is a elementary school teacher.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
All
I
right,
like that.
5:21. So, yeah, he had that televised address. This was Wednesday night. And part of what I've been saying about this is that the consistently demonizing, the consistent demonizing of the of ICE agents and the Trump administration, they do want to ratchet up all of this anger, all of this angst, all of this hysteria. I mean, you heard it in the first 10, 15, 20 seconds of this soundbite where he's talking about ICE kidnapping people and pulling people out of cars, asking people for their papers and all that. And by the way, if you are here illegally, or if you are here and you've got, paperwork that you're just probably supposed to be carrying if you're here on some sort of a visa, is there something wrong with asking somebody who is here on visa? Aren't you supposed to actually carry those things? Somebody told me that. I don't know what the answer to that question is, but can I say this? In America right now, if I am a migrant and I have come over here and I'm here legally but with a visa, you're damn right I'm going to carry that paperwork around. I mean, that's only seems smart, does it not?
Yes, you are expected to have visa-related documents, especially originals and confirmations, available for review. While you don't always need to present everything at first, you must provide requested papers to avoid delays or denials.
So what? So
And
Joan,
also-
what's the problem with ICE agents asking somebody for their documentation?
Yeah, I think it's if you and I get pulled over, what do they say?
Let me see your license.
Registration, and insurance right now. What do? You give it to them.
That's actually a really good point, Joan. They asked me for my driver's license isn't paper, but you know what? Can I see your plastics?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's the same thing. It identifies who you are.
All right, Sam, I'm going to give it to you one more time. Go ahead and play your little thing.
Your little thing.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school.
Distributing care packages and walking kids to school,
honestly.
while they're fighting ICE, stealing their guns, and getting in front of their cars. Does anybody believe this guy? See, that's the thing. Even if you are pro Tim Waltz and anti-ICE, you know that he's lying. I mean, if you're on the left, you don't care. But, I mean, it is obvious that he really doesn't have any interest in trying to engage with Donald Trump and try to de-escalate the situation. That is perfectly clear. It is 5:23, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan has the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, the Nobel Peace Prize is now in the hands of Donald Trump. We'll tell you what went on there at the White House yesterday. It's coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan, I just got a love note from Georgia.
Really?
Yeah. I love you, Dan, but don't do your 10-minute buildup at 5:35 and not actually get to it until 5:45.
You've been warned.
I listen, I promise you I will get to it at right at 5:37-ish, depending on when we get back. Funnest thing you're going to hear today at 5:35-ish on Super Talk 99.7, because I cannot wait to do this, Joan. You inspired me to do this. So we'll talk about that. All right, so most people who heard that opening segment do not believe that Tim Walz is sincere about meeting up with Donald Trump. Also coming up in the next hour, in the next 30 minutes, Caroline Leavitt absolutely eviscerates a reporter. We've got that audio for you. And Joan, do you know whose baby that was?
No, who?
Riley Gaines.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, Riley Gaines. So she
Who
obviously
said, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, who said that she was out at the Supreme Court on the day that they were arguing whether or not men should be allowed to play in women's sports, and she had to wrap her baby in a bulletproof blanket while out there because of the threats on her life.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
Where was that? Where was she? On her podcast or whatever?
I saw her, I believe it was on Fox News, talking about it.
These
insane,
people
right?
are reprehensible.
Yeah.
Absolutely reprehensible. All right, it's 5:30, Nashville's Morning News, WTN.
Good morning. It is now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Very chilly this morning. We're starting at 29 degrees, but we'll get up near 50 later on. We've got the full forecast coming up right after the news. A new sports betting scandal, this time a federal indictment that accuses college basketball players here in the U.S. and those in the Chinese Basketball Association of taking bribes in what's described as a point-shaving scheme. Prosecutors believe it all started with an approach to one player, former NCAA All-American Antonio Blakeney, who has been playing overseas.
According to the indictment, he was able to recruit some of his teammates in the Chinese Basketball Association to take bribes and underperform. And from there, the scheme, as described by prosecutors, moved on to the NCAA.
ABC News chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky there. Now, prosecutors believe at least 29 games were affected by that scheme between 2022 and early last year. Nobel Peace Prize winner and Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Machado went to the White House yesterday. She was bearing a gift for President Trump. It was her Nobel Peace Prize medal, presented to him, framed with a message that read, "In recognition of President Trump's principled and decisive action to secure a free Venezuela."
Many see the gesture as a move by Machado to curry favor with Trump, who's been reluctant to endorse her as a potential leader of Venezuela. Trump has said many times that he deserves the Peace Prize, but the committee that oversees the award says it cannot be transferred. They've made it clear that while President Trump may now have a Nobel Prize medal, they say he is not a Nobel Prize winner.
That is ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Monster is out with its job look report for 2026, and it says, despite an extremely competitive job market, demand remains strong for workers in healthcare, essential services, and infrastructure-related fields. Now, it says healthcare is the strongest sector. It includes nurses, physical therapists, respiratory, occupational, and speech therapists, and licensed professional counselors. Now, I've added a full list of the jobs in demand to my X account. You can check it out at Joan Jones WTN. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic and weather. I'm Joan Jones WTN News. Watch yourself on 40 eastbound, right in the south side area. At Hermitage Avenue, you've got a crash that takes out 2 right lanes. They're blocked off. Also, if you're traveling, watch it in Rockwood, Tennessee on 40 eastbound. There's a closure in Rockwood because of an overturned semi, and they're cleaning up the mess. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, this better be good. Because apparently Sam is telling me that everybody's mad at me on the chat line.
Oh, really?
Because I teased something for 5:35 and it's now 5:36. In fairness to me, I said ish.
Damn straight we did.
That's exactly right. Thank you. All right. So where is this, Joan?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not even sure.
Okay, so this thing went viral. I know that Joan put it on her X feed. I put it on my X feed. Joan and I are talking before the show, and she's like, did you see the video of the woman who she starts running up to, or fast walking up to a bunch of hunters who are shooting. I guess they're
Oh, the duck hunters?
Yeah,
Yes.
the duck hunters.
Oh, my gosh, it's hilarious.
Yes.
All right. So because we don't have video editing equipment here, I can only play you audio. But if you want to see the video, this woman looks like Elizabeth Warren.
She does.
She does. She looks like Elizabeth Warren. Are we in delay? All right. So I worked really hard to bleep out every single F-bomb. This woman walks up to these hunters and they're hunting ducks. Or I think what they're doing is they're shooting the clay ducks. I think that's what they're doing. You know, when you go pull and then you go boom, right? I think that's what they're doing. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, she comes up to these hunters and they're just trying to do what they're doing.
Hey, bro, what kind of bird is that? What bird is that?
First.
You can hear her coming in the distance, from the distance, and she's yelling, "Blank off! Blank off!" And she's coming closer and closer.
I think it's a legendary bird.
I mean, for anybody who thought that, these liberals are not unhinged and deranged, just listen to this woman.
You're not welcome! Go away!
And these guys are laughing at her.
She's, by the way, it's hard to tell, but she's saying F off.
Yeah, she's saying F off.
Even though it sounds like...
Yeah, it does.
We don't want you shooting around here.
I don't give a f***. I don't want you walking around here.
Oh, f*** off. This is public property.
Exactly my point. Thanks for proving our point.
We don't shoot anything alive, you f*** offs.
They're already dead.
I don't like shooting you, f*** offs. You offs.
Those birds identified as dead already.
Oh, f*** you. F*** you.
Now. Oh, yeah.
So
They're hunting real birds.
Are they hunting real birds?
Yeah, so they're on public land, which in a lot of states, a lot of areas, you can just roam about, and as long as you're identifying, hey, this is where we're shooting at, things are fine.
All right, so people said she sounded like a chicken. So let's just go ahead and compare and contrast. Okay, that's her. That's chicken.
It's a goose.
It does. Right? It sounds exactly like a chicken. And then I put them all together. Why was this woman so deranged? This woman could not last a second in Tennessee. There is no way. And at least not in my neighborhood, because every Saturday morning, every Sunday morning, man, those guys, maybe some women too, I don't know, but they're out 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm always woken up to the sound of gunfire in my neighborhood, which is fine. I mean, I don't have any problem with it. Bandit doesn't like it, but whatever. So, yeah, I thought that was very funny. And you've got to see the video.
I think Joan's description of Goose is more accurate. Here is a professional with a goose collar.
Hold on. Okay, do it again.
I think at one point in the video, the guys even tell her thank you for calling the ducks in with her screeching.
Yeah.
No, they may have. All right, play the goose one more time.
Let's imagine that we've got.
I don't know. Do you think, Joan? What do you think? A goose or a?
I think she makes a lovely goose. Yes.
You think she makes a lovely goose?
They're the crazier birds, aren't they? They're always like craning their neck at people and looking side-eyed.
Did you ever get chased by one?
A goose?
Yeah.
It didn't last long for the goose.
Yeah. They're sometimes they're pretty nasty. I used to run in an area where there was just this goose that attacked people all the time. And if you were running in a certain area at a certain time of the day, man, that goose would come after you and nip at your legs.
It's always the nearly flightless birds that are the most harassing. There's various levels of...
The flightless birds are the most harassing?
Nearly flightless.
Well, the reason why they're annoying is because they're not up in the air.
Yeah.
So...
They're down with us.
4515 wants me to break out the retard drum for this woman.
We need that as its own, but we have this one now.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
You know, we could actually we could have this as a hotkey if you know what if there's something somebody says that we don't like. You just play that.
Or the chickens have laid eggs.
Whatever. 2805 says, so I've been listening for 29 minutes now. This came in at 5:29. I've been listening for 29 minutes now, and this is not your best hour of radio. I don't care what you say. So I said to Sam, Sam, I don't know what this guy's talking. I never said this was my best hour of radio.
He said it in reference to of the day, one day out of the week, talking about the podcast. If you missed the 5 o'clock hour.
We had a great 5 o'clock hour.
It might be the best hour of the day, is what you said.
And I usually say that my 5 o'clock hour is my favorite hour, and it's typically my loosest hour. You know what I mean? Like we kind of like to we kind of like to have a little bit of fun. You know why we're gonna have more fun in the 5 o'clock hour? Is because we know that the bosses are not listening in the 5 o'clock hour.
I feel like Tim Waltz would hire this woman and place her on the roof of his home to deter the birds from pooping on it.
You know?
Scarecrow style.
Good. Joan just talked to me in my talkback. You know what, Joan? I'm going to repeat what you just said. You know what Joan said to me in my headphones? She said, you know what? If they were listening, you just tell them to. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Whatever.
I've also been shamed.
You've been what?
I've been shamed.
Admonished.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So everybody who is listening, who is new to the show, Joan has probably been shamed by so you call yourself a Christian person.
Pretty much.
Okay, go ahead.
Joan, many people are offended at the use of the R word, making fun of disadvantaged people. I'm not.
No.
It's become part of the
vernacular.
The popular vernacular made popular by Governor Tim Walz. So I apologize if I've offended anyone.
But you know what Joan says?
I feel like she'd only cross that line if you really, really started talking trash about her Eagles.
No, I don't care about the Eagles. If you get on my Phillies, then we're in trouble. But
you know what, Joan?
How's that Bryce Harper contract working out?
Do you know what, Joan? The Phillies haven't had a good third baseman since Mike Schmidt.
They just let go of my favorite pitcher.
Do you know what, Joan? The Phillies haven't been the same since Pete Rose left. Whatever. We got to move on. So I thought that was going to be funnier than it was. Was that funny? I thought it was funny.
It is just hilarious because The guys in the clip already know who this woman is.
Oh, do they?
Well, you know, just by how, like, those birds identified as dead, lady, like, they know what she's about.
The best part of that whole thing, actually, now that I remember, because I watched it last night, the best part of that video, Joan, is the fact that you can hear her coming in the distance. You know what I mean? And you can hear her, you know, Blake off, Blake off, Blake off. And she's coming closer and closer. And the guys are just laughing. The guys are just laughing. I mean, they're
having a great old time.
Oh, yeah. Having a great old time.
And she doesn't even realize
how stupid she sounds.
Yeah. I wonder if she realized that they were filming her, that they were videoing her on their phones.
You know what? That's actually a great question. And I don't know if, I don't know.
You imagine waking up and seeing your grandmother go viral for that? I'd be mortified. Grandma, what were you doing?
Well, what if that was what if that was your mother? I mean, same thing. What if that was your wife?
Well,
I
those
actually,
two instances aren't possible because those women have their sanity about them. But, you know, I could always leave room for my grandmother.
Can you can you imagine, you know, can you imagine waking up to that every morning? It's like,
instead of the rooster, it's her crowing in your face.
It's like, hey, honey, can you make me dinner?
I think so. Try it again with breakfast.
Hey, honey, can you make me breakfast?
Same response.
Honey, can you make me a Pop-Tart?
I bet it really gets out of control when you specifically ask for a sandwich.
We got to stop because I don't think this is funny anymore. Is this where we like run the bit into the ground? Is this one of those instances?
So maybe at this very moment you could play the full piece again, like play it from the beginning so people understand
and not stop it.
Right.
Oh, because people are because people are tuning in just now, wondering what we're doing. If you want to see this entire video, it's on my social media at Dan Manda Show. It's on Jones as well. Hunters are confronted by a screaming Karen who is telling them to F off.
Hey, bro, what kind of bird is that? Huh? What bird is that? First.
I'm not really sure.
I think it's a legendary parrot.
Get the hell out of here! You're not welcome! Go away! We don't want you shooting around here.
I don't give a f***. I don't want you walking around here.
Oh, f*** off! This is public property.
Exactly my point. Thanks for proving our point.
Don't shoot anything alive, you f*** off.
They're already dead.
I don't like shooting you, f*** off. You f*** off.
Those birds identified as dead already.
Oh, f*** you! F*** you!
Now. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Those birds identified as dead anyway.
You gotta love the guys. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness, that line.
The
just
funny
got
part
me.
is, and the reason they're laughing so hard, is she's going to call the game warden or the sheriff.
Yeah.
And he's going to come out there and go, "What do you want me to do?" Well, to tell them they can't be shooting out here. Man, this is public land where they're authorized to do that. It's like the place they're legally allowed to do it. Is that not where you'd prefer them to do it?
Well, and again, I don't know where she lives, but if you live out in the country, you got to expect that there's going to be hunters.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew when we moved out to where we moved to that there'd be hunters. And they like to hunt really early.
Well, especially
on the weekends.
For the ducks and the deer.
Mm-hmm. Caroline Levitt absolutely eviscerated a reporter. Listen to this.
Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally, and earlier on, Secretary Nolan spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my opinion? because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed it unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist.
Woo, boy. You know what? I liked what she had to say. By the way, he is a reporter, Joan, because I know that you were curious. That is a reporter named Niall Stenage.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
I think
Niall
so.
Stenage?
Niall Stenage, yeah.
All right. So, yeah, and he
Wait, what organization does he work for?
The Hill.
The Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was so
Arrogant. Like he sounded very arrogant.
Thank you, arrogant.
Yeah, he sounded very arrogant.
He's
And
from Northern Ireland.
He's from Northern Ireland?
So, yeah, I just love it when people come into the country from Europe that's being decimated by this immigration and think that they have a leg to stand on in the press room.
Oh, tell me about it, you know. And now, in fairness to old, Niall there, she did ask him his opinion, and he gave it, and it just happened to be an opinion that she
trapped him with that because once he stated his opinion, you could now draw his questions are based on his opinion, not in fact.
Right. Yeah. And you know what? When she asked him, why did Renee Good get shot? And he said, I don't forget exactly what he said.
An ICE agent acted recklessly?
Yeah. And it's like, okay, well, clearly. And his question was biased. I mean, the framing of his question was incredibly biased. And you could hear it in his voice.
I feel real bad for Caroline Levitt's kid when they start asking her dumb questions.
Why?
She's going to let him have it.
Don't let him have it.
Oh, yeah. Well,
reminds me of my childhood.
She might be a little more compassionate with her children. I'm just saying.
Yeah, hopefully. But you know what? I like how she let him have it. And you know what? I actually like how this administration doesn't kowtow to the media. I like how they stand up for themselves. I like, as I've often said, the muscular conservatism that this administration is showing.
Yes.
And by the way, I did leave out one part of that exchange because she also told him to. There you go. That's the last time I'm going to play it.
At least for this hour, which is quickly
No,
coming to a
because you know
close.
what? I wanted to do this when I knew that the higher-ups weren't up.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you were listening from 5:51 on, that's all you heard for.
Well, yeah. I mean, here's the crazy thing about radio, right? So we had to explain what the woman was saying because I had to bleep out the F word, right? People actually didn't know what she was saying until we explained it. Yet, there's people that work in this building that are in charge that would probably, yell at me for doing this bit. But I bleeped it out. That's why I was very trepidatious about playing this whole thing. Hey, Sam. That's all I got. All right, it is a 5:55 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up next, all the latest in Iran. Also, apparently, the headline from CNN, federal agents toss tear gas at protesters in Minneapolis. We'll continue to take a look at everything that is going on there as well. A lot of news to cover. It is coming up on 6 o'clock. Joan's got the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, the immigration policies that Tennessee Republicans are set to put in motion. Also, it's not just MLK Day on Monday. There's a new holiday just declared by the governor. We'll tell you that coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.559 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm not going to bother to play the audio, but one of the other things that Tim Walz said is, one way that the people of Minnesota can help is to use your phone and take video of everything that ICE is doing. And the thing that I loved about that audio bite, I played it yesterday on the show, and I played it overnight on the Red Eye. Ultimately, how did we figure out how absolutely repulsive the Renee Good and Rebecca Good were being? It was because this particular ICE agent, who ultimately ended up getting hit by a car, Renee Good's car, he was filming himself. He was filming the interaction with these women. And so, yeah, because more often than not, and Joan, you could back me up on this. I know, Sam, you can too. More often than not, when we ultimately see the cell phone video, it exonerates the cops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
For me, it's there's a term in audio mixing called clipping. When a microphone is punched, hits a peak, whatever, and you hear that when the car makes impact with the phone on his waist.
Yeah. caused internal bleeding. So, yeah, I would agree with Governor Tim Walz. Film all you want because the American people want to see the really bad behavior of you leftists. Got a lot more straight ahead. Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. Now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. For drivers this morning, got to watch. There has been a crash involving two cars this morning on Old Hickory Boulevard. Happened near Zermatt Avenue. And this is now a deadly crash investigation. So the highway is closed off there in that area, Old Hickory Boulevard near Zermatt Avenue. Police are on the scene there, and they're just starting to take away the cars now. But that investigation could be going on for a while. Other news, state Republican lawmakers are pushing a broad immigration 2026 agenda aimed at tightening enforcement across Tennessee. Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, telling WTN Matt Murphy's show that the plan includes mandatory legal status checks for benefits, schools, government jobs, along with new state penalties for local agencies that do not comply.
We want to preserve the legal immigration system, and we want to protect taxpayers. It's important to protect your dollars. What we do know is close to $1 billion approximately is spent on illegal immigrants in the state of Tennessee. That could be going to a different effort.
Illegal entry and reentry would also become state crimes under this proposal. Democrats argue that the legislation is fear-based. They say it ignores Tennesseans' concerns about affordability and public service. A Southeast Tennessee church deacon is under arrest after his wife went through his phone. Christopher Collins' wife found evidence that the Hickson deacon placed hidden cameras in a bathroom and recorded their teenage babysitter. Police recovered the cameras and SD cards and arrested Collins. He's facing 9 serious felony charges. Monday is a federal holiday. It's MLK Day, but here in Tennessee, it's also Dolly Parton Day. Governor Bill Lee signed a proclamation in honor of Dolly's 80th birthday. The governor says the proclamation honors Dolly's life, legacy, and extraordinary contributions of Tennessee's favorite daughter. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After several down days, the major stock averages came to life Thursday. The Dow Jones yesterday rose nearly 300 points to close at 49,442. The Nasdaq Composite and S&P each gained 0.25% on the day. Home loans are getting a little less expensive. Freddie Mac says that in the past week, the average rate for a 30-year fixed has dropped to just over 6%. A year ago, interest rates were hovering around 7%. Amazon is asking a federal judge to reject the bankruptcy plan filed by the parent of Saks Fifth Avenue and Neiman Marcus. The online retailer says Saks Global has burned through the $475 million it had invested in the company. Avoiding gluten while staying cheesy? Snack maker Kellanova says it's come up with a way to make its original Cheez-Its crackers gluten-free by combining rice, sorghum, and yellow corn flours. The new Cheez-Its will hit store shelves next month. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
They never taste the same. Dow futures right now are plus 14. NASDAQ futures up 137. We've got S&P futures gaining 15. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so a portion of Old Hickory Boulevard is closed down near Zermatt Avenue because of a two-car crash. This is a fatal investigation, so it looks like it's being cleaned up at the moment, maybe there for a while this morning. Careful in that area. Rockwood, Tennessee, for travelers, 40 eastbound side is closed off. It's an overturned semi-tractor trailer, and they're working on the cleanup there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We've got some breaking news, Joan.
What's that?
CNN has come out with a poll.
Yeah.
The majority of CNN watchers believe that Donald Trump's first year in office has been a failure.
Uh-oh, retard alert.
Yeah.
Retard alert, class.
I mean, big shock. CNN listeners say that the first year of Donald Trump's second term has been a failure. You know what? I think it's going to, what may be shaping up for, Joan, is midterm elections might be all about illegal immigration again. And if it does turn out to be about illegal immigration, then I think that we may have a pretty good shot at keeping the House and the Senate. Now, there's some polling out there today that shows that the Republicans are in big trouble when it comes to the midterm elections, especially in the House of Representatives. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I just, for me, I think that immigration is, because of the Somali fraud storyline and the story arc and what's going on in Minnesota and a lot of these other Democrat-run towns, I think that illegal immigration and immigration may be on the ballot in the midterm elections. So we're just going to have to wait and see ultimately what happens. Andy Ogles is going to be here at 7 o'clock. 5th Congressional District is in studio. And we're going to talk about a number of different things. I'm really looking forward to seeing him. It's been a minute. And so, we'll talk about the possibility of yet another government shutdown, what is going on in the House of Representatives, and, just all kinds of things that I want to talk to the congressman about. So looking forward to that a little bit after 7 o'clock. I found, Joan, the new immigration rules that the Tennessee state legislature wants to put forward.
Yeah.
A lot of this makes perfect sense. So you want to just go through these one by one, because you can't do it in your newscast. So let's go through this one by one. Here's a breakdown, courtesy of the Tennessean, of the immigration bills that Republicans are proposing. K through 12 enrollment verification. Students registering for kindergarten through 12th grade would be required to provide proof of legal status.
Scandalous.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Ah, there it is.
So I'm surprised we don't already do this, but
yes,
I guess I'm not surprised. Whatever. So that seems to make a lot of sense, right? Senator Bo Watson, who will sponsor the bill, could not say on January 15th whether students who could not prove their legal status would be referred to ICE or other law enforcement, or if that information would be protected in the school system. So that was my question, too. All right, so you got a third grader that comes in, he doesn't speak English, and, it's pretty evident that he's not from this country. So you ask the parents, can you prove, legal status? And if they can't prove it, okay, well, then to what end, right? So what happens after that? What is the next step? And I don't know what that is. Here's another one. Proof of legal status before accessing SNAP. This bill would require state and local governments to verify an individual's legal status before issuing taxpayer-funded benefits, including food aid, housing assistance, or medical benefits. If an individual cannot provide proof of their legal status when applying for those benefits, agencies would be required to refer the individual to ICE and Tennessee's Central Immigration Enforcement Office. If local governments fail to comply, the state could withhold the area's share of sales tax revenue. Remember when I had Jack Johnson, Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson?
Earlier this week, yeah.
Yeah, and he said what we need to do is, as Uncle Phil used to always say, demagnetize Tennessee. That's what this is designed to do. So if you got a bunch of people coming in here from another country, and, because we know that oftentimes these folks end up on some sort of government benefit, well, if they can't prove their legal status, we're going to withhold that funding. And if there is a state government, a local government that, doesn't comply with the state law, well, then apparently we're going to withhold that area's a share of sales tax revenue. I don't have a problem with that. You got a problem with that, Joan?
Nope, not at all.
Suing, I love this. Suing over out-of-state CDLs. Tennessee drivers already cannot obtain a commercial driver's license without providing proof of legal status. This bill, carried by Deputy Speaker Jason Zachary out of Knoxville, would require Tennessee law enforcement who make contact with drivers in the U.S. unlawfully holding CDLs issued in other states to contact ICE. Basically, so what this is we know that all of these truck drivers in California, right? They come in here, they're illegal, they get a CDL in the state of California, and then they're driving through the state of Tennessee, or, all the states, and they end up killing people. And so what Tennessee is going to do is, all right, so if, we catch you driving in our state and you've got the CDL and you're in the U.S. unlawfully, well, then guess what? You're going to be turned over to ICE. They say it would, because how many people have been killed? We went through a run of like a couple of months where it was like every few weeks we had another horrifying crash involving an 18-wheeler killing Americans. These guys, I forget where these guys are. I think in India. I think that's where a lot of these guys are from, is India. So that, again, makes sense. Criminalizing illegal entry and reentry. Another bill will make it a state crime to be present in Tennessee once a final deportation order has been issued. Once you have a final deportation order, you are to go back to whatever country you're from, says bill sponsor, House Majority Leader William Lamberth. If you're going to remain in this state or enter this state after this deportation order has been issued, it will be a misdemeanor. You will be arrested and you will go to jail. But then my question is, all right, for how long? Because, how long can they put you in jail for a misdemeanor? Now, if they put you in jail, then they contact ICE and out you go, then that's a little bit different. I like this one. English-only driver's licenses. So far, Joan, I have not seen one that would cause me any angst.
Yeah.
English-only driver's license tests. That's obvious, right? This bill would require that Tennessee driver's licenses be administered in English only, with a one-time exception. They say, we understand that there's some people who come into the state. We have in Crossville Stone Peak and Crossville Ceramics, Italian and German companies. Sometimes they come over on a work visa. You know what? I don't have a problem with that. So if you come over to our country and you speak German or Italian and that's your main language, but you're trying to learn some English, then, all right, you get a one-time exemption. We're going to allow you to take the driver's license in, whatever it is, but you only get one shot. And by the time your driver's license renewal comes around again, you better be able to take it in English. In other words, they're trying to compel people coming into our country that they need to learn English. I like that. The bill would also require drivers to provide proof of legal status to obtain a license plate. Here's another one. Well, it's 6:15. I know we got some problems out on the roadway. Joan, what's whoever's doing the traffic, what's going on? All right, 6:16. Did you like that intro?
It was really
Whoever's doing the traffic, just talk.
expert professional stuff there.
That was staler than the crackers at church.
Breezy this morning, otherwise cloudy most of the time today with occasional rain and drizzle this afternoon. High of 50, similar weather throughout the weekend with a progressive cool down, seeing a high of 35 on Sunday. You know, in fairness to me, I think every other show, when they have traffic reports, it's done by the same person. Is it not? So I'm the only one that has like 3 different people doing traffic on a shift, whatever. Not that I'm bitter. Here's another one. And again, we're going through, because if it was up to me, I'd have either Joan do it or Sam do it, as opposed to the Pennsylvania traffic reporter lady. Everybody's silent on this because nobody wants to get in trouble. Moving right along. The Tennessee and the GOP immigration bills that have been proposed, host of new verification requirements. So this is what I had Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson on earlier this week. What they're ultimately trying to do is demagnetize the state of Tennessee with all of these new rules, state regulations regarding illegal immigration. And again, so far, I like English-only driver's license tests. Here's another one, require court and law enforcement cooperation with ICE. Currently, state courts are not required to cooperate with ICE, which is stunning to me. Like, you know, some of these things, I'm thinking, why the heck haven't we done this before? Why haven't we done this sooner? Currently, state courts are not required to cooperate with ICE. This bill would force courts to cooperate. If they do not, then the Board of Judicial Conduct would intervene. Here's another one. Requiring proof of lawful status for professional licensing. So what is something, Sam, what is something that needs state licensing? Is that like a
lot of stuff. Like you have
do you need, like, if you
licensed cosmetologist, licensed EMTs, nurses.
So if it does, hey, Joan, does somebody have to be licensed if they do like nails and stuff?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
In fact, they have to display it right, like you're looking at it right next to you while you're getting your nails done.
Really?
My appointment's at 11 o'clock.
Same with tattoo artists.
So when Sam goes in for a pedicure, the next time Sam goes in for a pedicure.
I feel so bad for whoever does my feet.
We've got to make sure, so those people have to be legally in the country. Okay, got it. Here's another one. Mandatory e-verify for government hires. By the way, you know what I'd be interested in? Is there anything with this that anybody disagrees with? I'd be curious of that. Is there anything here that you disagree with? Let me know on the super text line. So Jonah and Sam, if you guys can keep an eye on the super text line, because all of this, I must be really hardcore on the whole immigration thing, because none of this seems like an issue. I'm actually, you know what I am? I'm a little irritated that a lot of this stuff isn't already state law. Mandatory e-verify for government hires is another one. Here's another one. State agencies to report quarterly on immigration encounters. 2 different bills would deal with new reporting requirements for state entities to help officials understand how many individuals are present in the law in the state unlawfully. And finally, requiring local law enforcement to participate in immigration enforcement. Lawmakers are also working on a bill to get every single county to be part of these 287G programs, the ICE program that coordinates with and includes local law enforcement officers and immigration stings. About 50 local law enforcement agencies currently participate. And I think we have something like, how many counties do we have in Tennessee? Isn't it like 93?
96.
There's a lot.
96.
Yeah.
There's 96. So, I mean, I have not heard one thing that I disagree with this whole thing. You disagree with anything, Joan?
Not so far.
I can't believe that mandatory E-Verify for government positions hasn't already been a thing. Like
that's what I'm saying.
Probably
it's
the most mind-blowing of them.
Yeah, some of this stuff is like, why is this not law already? Like, some of this stuff should have been law like 10 years ago.
How hard would it be to get like Davidson County to join the 286 program? I mean, honestly.
287?
287. I'm sorry, 287. Yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't. I mean, they just wouldn't.
And then they wouldn't comment on it either.
No. But you know what? I like where the state's going.
Yep.
I love the demagnetizing of Tennessee. Phil Valentine, as Jack Johnson said, it's all about demagnetizing America. This is demagnetizing Tennessee. I'm trying to think of what's my favorite one. Do you have a favorite, Joan? Like, I know that I just went through all those pretty quickly.
I absolutely love the about the schools having to identify that your child is in the country legally. I mean, I
think that's for transparency's sake, because I don't think right now, I don't even think they know how many illegal alien kids are in the school districts. I don't think they know.
They don't. I'm sure they don't. And the burden that it would take off the schools to have so many, teachers for one thing, because if the kids presumably don't come to class anymore and they move out of the country, well, then fewer teachers are needed, and your tax dollars are, being put to better things, not better things, but to things that we all need.
Right.
And also, there's all those teachers. These kids don't know English when they come in, so we've gone through this before about how they need to learn the English language. It would cause families to reconsider being here in the U.S. because. I mean, that's what they bring their families here for the kids to get an education. Well, It's on the backs of us,
Yep.
So come on. Like that one I just think is the most useful of them all.
I love the suing over out-of-state CDLs.
Yeah, there's that too.
I love these.
That I mean, if you're having to rely on insurance companies that are, fraudulently covering these people, it's not always going to necessarily have payouts. There are instances where people have a policy in place, an accident happens, and then only the maximum amount of that policy can be paid out, even though the case might be worth more. But you can't, you can't squeeze a pig that has no bacon in it.
I also love the part where it would authorize the state of Tennessee to sue states that issue licenses to undocumented people and the companies that employ them. California, we're looking at you. Because, I mean, they've got hundreds, maybe even thousands of these companies. And you know what happens? I mean, I've talked about all this before. But in California, they'll shut some of these down, but then they just pop up in another place under another name. And so it's like you're playing whack-a-mole with these companies. But I don't really think California really tries hard to, clamp down on these companies, these truck driving companies that give these the state gives them the CDLs and the companies give them the training and all that. And there needs to be a way to keep these people off the roads because they are killing Americans. I mean, Chris Hand had that woman on, what was it, 2 or 3 months ago, where she was talking about just how bad of a problem this is. It is a huge problem in the trucking industry.
We had 8 deaths at the end of last year, October and November and December, that it was all nationally reported on. Those are the ones we know about.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that caught the spotlight at the right moment. Who knows how many other fatal incidents have been caused by illegal alien truck drivers?
Now, 4215 says we don't know who are illegal and we can't ask. I'm wondering if that's a teacher. Trevor says, Joan, this is for you. Davidson County used to be in the 287 program.
Oh.
Yeah, that had to be a long time ago. Can you Google that, Sam? Like when was Davidson County in the 287 program? Because, I mean, Davidson County now is just, I mean, they're just crazy. They're just cray-cray. So 95, Bradley says there's 95 counties in the state of Tennessee.
From April 2007 until October 2012.
Okay, it says 2012.
5 years and change.
All right. No, that's 10 years.
2007 to 2012?
No, when did you say? I thought you said it.
April 2007 until October 2012.
So they stopped in 2012.
Yeah.
Got it. So it stopped
They did it for
15,
5 years.
20 years ago. Got it. Okay. 625. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
We'll take a look at what Republican lawmakers are rolling out with that immigration plan and what the Speaker of the House has to say about that. Also, what Nick Reiner's defense attorneys have just revealed about how they plan to defend him in court after his parents' murder. That's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. 625. And got to tell you, if you've got a birthday coming up, you've got a loved one, birthday, anniversary, whatever, Brentwood Jewelry is your go-to place to go and get a great gift. Now, I've bought Amy 2 pairs of earrings at Brentwood Jewelry. She has bought me a watch at Brentwood Jewelry as well. This is my jewelry company. It is outstanding. So, again, if you've got something to celebrate coming up, celebrate with Brentwood Jewelry. Rings, watches, earrings, money clips. They've got it at Brentwood Jewelry. Great selection, terrific prices as well. This is a place you walk in, they've got American flags everywhere. Now, this is a company that loves America. They've been in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry has been proudly serving the Brentwood community with exceptional style and exceptional deals every day. Again, for over 50 years. You can find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. You can go to the store. I prefer going to the store itself because they've got great customer service. You walk in and there's plenty of people to help you out. They're at 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. If you want to check them out online, do so. Always tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. It is BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Good morning. It is now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Republican lawmakers rolling out a major immigration initiative, and they say it'll strengthen enforcement statewide. Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, talking with Matt Murphy yesterday, saying that the close to $1 billion is being spent on illegal immigrants in Tennessee that could be going to other efforts like schools, health care, and transportation.
Schools don't want to do it and they're violating state law, then we have the capability of withholding state shared sales tax dollars from them.
Yeah, the proposals include mandatory E-Verify for government jobs, English-only driver testing, and verification of immigration status for K through 12 enrollment. Democrats say immigration wasn't a top concern in their town halls. They call the package an election year distraction. A special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was injured in a massive crash on I-40 in Putnam County yesterday.
Yeah, this happened yesterday in Putnam County. State Highway Patrol officials say 20 to 30 vehicles were involved in multiple crashes. The interstate is now back open after a lengthy shutdown, and thankfully, no deaths have been reported.
Channel 4's Marius Payton there. The New York Times reporting now that Nick Reiner, accused of killing his famous parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, was placed in a years-long mental health conservatorship back in 2020. So why is that important?
It's assumed he's going to take a mental health defense, not guilty by reason of insanity. In order to win and not be determined guilty of murder, he has to show that he suffers from a severe mental illness, and at the time of the act, he didn't know what he was doing.
David Glass is a family law attorney and a former psychologist. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. They're still cleaning up the mess on Old Hickory Boulevard this morning. This is near Zermatt. There was a 2-car crash. One person has died in that crash. And now the roadway is open to traffic again, but they're still taking out at least one lane, maybe two in that area of Old Hickory Boulevard and Zermatt while they clear away the mess. You've got a problem this morning in the Gulch on 40 westbound at the off-ramp to Broadway. Some delays there. It's not really clear what's happening that's causing the delays. And on Thompson Lane in Murfreesboro, there's a crash involving injuries right in front of Slim Chickens. It's south of Robert Rose Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. 615-737 WWTN. Joan, it's a bit of a tradition now.
Yeah.
Here on Nashville's Morning News that when producer Sam has been told that he's wrong and it actually turns out to be right, he's got to address it. So in one of the previous, just very quickly, because I've got some great audio. In one of the previous segments, because we don't want people to be ill-informed.
Correct.
Something came up about how many counties we have in Tennessee, and Sam said that there were 96.
There's actually 95. I'm a big fan of Tennessee history, and one of my favorite books to read covered a lot of that stuff. And so in my mind, sometimes I think 96 because of James County, a small county that formed in 1871 from parts of Hamilton and Bradley counties that went bankrupt and was abolished in 1919, reverting fully to Hamilton County, as we all know, where Chattanooga is now.
Right.
So there were 96. Now there's 95.
So you were wrong.
What did you say, Sam?
In a non-historical context. Sure.
But I'm sorry, Joan asked you a question, Sam.
What did you initially say?
I said 96.
So what does that mean, Sam?
Which means there were at one point 96 counties in the state.
Are there now?
Joan, he just can't do it.
Hold on. Sam, are there 96 now?
There were 96 counties.
No, see, you're being that lady who couldn't say that men can't have babies.
No, that's very different. I can actually point to a fact and point in time at which it existed. She can't.
Sam,
hey Joan.
Sam, this is a yes/no answer. Are there 96 counties?
There were.
It's a very simple question, Sam.
Very simple.
All right, moving right along. There is some great audio. So do you know what I've noticed about the whole Iran situation? Is that, and the latest on this, Donald Trump is sending some military into the region, and they have still not executed the one guy that they had as a prisoner. They said that they were going to execute him. Donald Trump said, no, you're not. And Iran has sort of backed down. But, you know, they've still got martial law there in Iran. There are protesters that are still taking to the streets, even though the government is telling them they're not allowed. We're still trying to figure out exactly how many people the Iranian government has killed, because it is in the thousands. And so while the temperature seems to have, gone down a little bit, we still have a lot of issues in Iran. Americans are now, who are Iranian Americans, if you will, are now taking to the socials, and they're talking about how they support President Trump in this endeavor. I cannot wait for the Democrats to start yelling at Donald Trump for trying to take out the Islamic Republic of Iran. I mean, it's going to happen. So this is a guy, he is Iranian, and he's talking about how he's at the gym and he is confronted by an old white liberal.
I'm at the gym minding my own business. This older white guy comes up to me, pointing to my shirt, and he said, let me talk to you real quick. So I walk over there. I'm like, what's up, man? He said, you shouldn't be wearing that shirt right now. You're going to offend a lot of people. I was like, who? Who am I going to offend?
And he's wearing a Donald Trump shirt. Re-elect Donald Trump.
He said immigrants. I started laughing. I'm like, I'm an immigrant. I support the president. He's like, no, you're not. I was like, yeah, born and raised in Iran, man. He gets all confused and he's like, well, how about the soldiers, militaries being deployed to target protesters? I was like, I like law and order too. I like stores that are not looted. I like taxi cabs that are not burned. I don't know about you. I support him on that. And he's like, well, a lot of people in the military don't. They're speaking up. They're walking away. And I was like, well, guess what, man? I'm a veteran too. And the first thing they teach you in the military that you obey the chain of command. And guess who's at the top of that chain? It's the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States. So I told him this. If you are talking about immigrants, you're wrong. You're talking about illegal immigrants. I spent 3 years in a refugee camp in Turkey, waited my turn with no source of education, no source of income, because we knew what was on the other side. And when we got here, we didn't raise the Iranian flag. We raised the American flag and the Texas flag, and we still do today.
Love that. Because how many of us are sick and tired of seeing these, people come over here and they raise up their flag, Iranian flag or North Korean flag or China's flag, whatever it is, instead Mexican flag, instead of raising the flag of the United States of America. And so you see people, it is so crazy. And it makes actually perfect sense. You see people like this guy who, born in Iran and spent 3 years in a camp in Turkey waiting for his chance to come to America. And you see people like this guy, and they're more patriotic than people who were born here, like AOC. I mean, it's crazy because people like this guy have the proper perspective. They know how bad it can be. They value freedoms. They value America. They value what America has to offer instead of all of these leftists who simply want to destroy what America has to offer.
So you're not talking about immigrants. You're talking about illegal immigrants, those people who invaded this country. And anybody in the military that have a problem with this, or like this guy, or those foreigners that are raising the foreign flag, you all are more than welcome to get the hell out and go find another place.
There you go. It's on TikTok. I mean, Joan, TikTok. Are you on TikTok, Joan?
I have it on my phone. I don't use it. If I need something to look at, like if I need to be able to look at something, I look at it, but I don't use it.
So there's a lot of this going on TikTok where you have, Iranian Americans coming out and talking about what is going on in Iran, what has been going on in Iran, and why people are taking to the streets. So now, as I was mentioning earlier, the government in Iran has now called for martial law. So nobody is supposed to be out on the streets. But I did see on social media there are a lot of people out on the streets protesting the lack of personal rights and freedoms, protesting their wretched economy and the killing by the government, and protesting really the iron fist rule of the government in Iran. And so right now, the debate is clearly raging in Washington and across America if going into Iran is America first. And I do find this a valuable conversation. I'm going to ask Congressman Andy Ogles about this when he arrives to hang out with us for a little bit in the 7 o'clock hour. Is going into Iran and trying to get rid of or force that government out, is that America first? Some good conservatives say no, it isn't. Other good conservatives say yes, it is. Ari Fleischer is a Republican, and this is what he had to say on Fox News.
Well, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio pointed out, President Trump doesn't play games. So when he says something, when he says help is on its way, when he warns the Iranians that if they kill people, that there will be consequences, and he clearly made it obvious, so those will be military consequences. You have to think the president knows what he's doing and wouldn't have just posted that had he not meant to follow through. So my strong suspicion is the president is waiting to get the correct military package in place.
Yep.
That he looked at the options that were given, as was reported by Fox News tonight, and has concluded that the effect he wants to have by taking military action cannot be carried out successfully with the forces in place now. And so I look at this as a temporary buying of time. And I would just remind viewers that Iran is responsible for killing of more Americans than any other nation that's in place today. When you look at most of the people who were killed in the Iraq War, soldiers who were walking with prosthetic legs today, much of that was caused by Iranian IEDs. And so from an America First point of view, Iran has been a real threat to America.
1983, Iran kills 241 service members. Hezbollah carried out an attack paid for and supported by Iran. 1996, 19 Air Force personnel killed in Saudi Arabia. That was a bombing, courtesy of Iran. And, of course, during the Iraq War, you have, and the estimates vary, 600, maybe more Americans killed by explosives manufactured by Iran. So Ari Fleischer is right. I actually put up I know we did the poll, the Daily Dan poll on YouTube earlier this week. I did a poll for YouTube for the National Red Eye Radio last night. And both the local YouTube poll and the one that I did on X last night, it does seem like the majority of people that, heard me talking about this do say that trying to topple the Iranian government is America first. And I think, knowing that you have a government, a regime that wants to destroy America, pays for all of this terrorism across the world, and obviously has it out for Israel as well, I could very easily make the argument that this is America first. A lot of people disagree, though. If you want to go take the poll on my X feed, at Dan Manda Show, feel free. Got a little bit more on this straight ahead. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads. At 6:47, as far as your weather goes for this weekend and for today, it's actually going to be pretty nice. We've got breezy this morning, otherwise cloudy most of the time, occasional rain and drizzle this afternoon. High of 50, similar weather throughout the weekend with a progressive cool down, seeing a high of 35 on Sunday. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think Ari Fleischer is probably right. I think that President Trump, I think that the temperature in Iran has gone down a little bit because Trump is allowing the temperature to go down while he gets his assets in place. Ultimately, we'll have to see what happens over the weekend. But, we do know that Iran, they are exporters of terror. There's been a lot of people watching with really this huge anticipation of something big happening in Iran. I read that whatever is going to happen may happen this weekend. I don't know. But I will remind you once again that when Israel was attacked by Hamas, you had 1,200 plus people slaughtered. That was paid for by Iran. And those Hamas terrorists were trained by Iran's military. So that's really important to remember. And super text line is blown up on whether or not people feel like this is America first or not. I can make the argument effectively both ways, but ultimately what I've been saying is, and again, we'll ask Andy Ogles what he thinks about all this, but for me, if we are going to try to topple the Iranian government, we better have a plan in place. I've been saying this for the last couple of days. People are always tuning in and out, so I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I believe that if we're going to do something in Iran, we better have a plan in place, because what we don't want is to be stuck in Iran for, 20 plus years like we saw in Afghanistan. I want to play one more soundbite here, then we're going to take a break. This is UN Ambassador Mike Waltz talking about the Trump administration and where they stand on all this.
President Donald J. Trump and the United States of America stands by the brave people of Iran, period. And regardless of its excuses, and you will hear many today from the Iranian regime and from its friends, the regime is solely responsible for the economic misery of the Iranian people and the repression of their freedom, and they will be held accountable.
So that is Mike Waltz. And by the way, I think part of why the Iranians, suddenly it was sort of just a stopping, if you will, of hostilities toward the protesters. There was a number of different things that were going on. If that is indeed the case, it's kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on in Iran, but I think that the Iranians saw that Trump, the president, was reducing staff in that base in Qatar. And so I think they realized, all right, so Donald Trump may mean business, but they're also beginning to feel the pinch. Remember Donald Trump, putting the money where his mouth is. Donald Trump placing that 25% tariff on nations doing business with Iran. We've been talking about this all week. That targeted, of course, China is a big one, and Russia, of course, as well, India, and some others. And so, the news does continue to evolve out of Iran. Things do seem to have de-escalated a little bit, but we know that Iran knows, because of what happened in Venezuela with Maduro, that they're not going to be able to relax, not for a second. But I'm also here to tell you that the dynamic in Venezuela is a lot different than the dynamic in Iran. So still, all eyes are on Iran. It is 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Remember, you can always check out the radio show after we're off the air. You can download or you can listen to, stream the 5 o'clock hour, which is always my favorite, the 6, the 7, the 8. Whatever you missed, you can download the audio or you can stream it. We're on Spotify. We're on Apple, 997WTN.com. If you want to check out the video of the radio show, all the audio that you're hearing on the radio, we have a video accompaniment. So if you want to watch us on YouTube or 997WTN.com or X, I think we're still on Rumble. I have no idea. But if you want to watch a radio show, knock yourself out. That is available as well. People usually comment on how wonderful Joan looks and how I wear stupid hats. It is 6:52. Speaking of Joan, she's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, Tyler Robinson is back in court today. We'll tell you what his lawyers are asking of a judge. Those stories coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Noon to 3 and streaming on the Supertalk 99.7 WTN app.
6:53. Want to tell you about my friends at Window Nation. Yeah, it's been cold. And if that cold air is getting inside your house, then friends, I hate to break it to you, but you need new windows and you need to call my friends at Window Nation, because right now they've got a great deal going on for the month of January. So if you've decided that it is time to upgrade your windows, give my friends at Window Nation a shot. Right now you can buy 4, get 4 windows free. That is a great deal going on right now at Window Nation. Buy 4, get 4 windows free. That sale is going on right now. It is a great time to replace all the windows in your home. And by the way, you could also get those windows with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. They've got a 96% customer satisfaction rating. I got to tell you, I give them 5 stars myself. They've got over 45,000 5-star reviews. This is why Window Nation is my window company. Again, don't forget that great deal. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free from Window Nation here in the month of January. 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That is all waiting for you when you call them and mention my name. 866-90-NATION is the phone number. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. 6:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. So I'm going to ask Congressman Andy Ogles about this. He is going to be in studio here in a little bit. But I'm wondering if you believe this. Cook Political Report is now shifting 18 House races towards the Democrats. Now, there was some, and we were actually joking about it earlier, there is some polling out there that shows that Donald Trump is extremely unpopular.
What?
How do you do that, Sam?
What?
You don't even know what I'm going to say, and you've got your, good Lord. Anyway, whatever. So, yeah, they're saying that Donald Trump is extremely unpopular. Here's my question, though. And Sam and Joan, I'll take your opinions on this. They're saying that Donald Trump is unpopular. I don't think Trump is losing any popularity among the Republican Party. Do you? Like, I don't think that he is.
Nah.
No, but they want to. Of course, they want to paint it as he is. That even Republicans aren't on board with. It's crazy.
There's going to be some pearl clutching from certain demographics that are like, well, he didn't have to call Tim Walz that. He didn't have to flip the bird at the Ford plant. But, those are outliers, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, here's the deal. In my opinion, Donald Trump and his policies are very popular still with Republicans. He may be losing, and I'm just going to tell you this, he may be losing some independents, and that's a big problem. He may be losing some of these, pearl-clutching, moderate Republicans, but I don't think those moderate Republicans, I don't think they were ever really fully on board with Donald Trump anyway. So, ultimately, when mid-January, we are in mid-January, so I think it's a little, what's the right word? It's a little early to start talking about how, oh my God, the House of Representatives is going to shift towards the Democrats. By the way, it may. It may, for the, just very reason that the party in power always loses the House of Representatives in the midterm elections. It's a dynamic that always happens. And so, but I would also say that part of this is the fact that you do have a president who is doing what he promised to do. But I'm going to say the same thing that I said yesterday, which is the fact that you have all of these people on the left. You have all of these, and oh my gosh, Pamela Furr just sent me the most incredible take from Megyn Kelly. I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it when Andy's here. Andy Ogles, Congressman Andy Ogles. I'm going to play this, and I'm going to get Andy's opinion. I'm going to be a little casual today. It's Friday.
Oh, my.
But she's got a really. Have you heard this, Joan? What Megyn Kelly says?
To her. No, go ahead.
Oh my God! Well, I'm not going to play it now.
Yeah,
I'm going to do it in my segment with Congressman Andy Ogles, because she's got an interesting point, a really interesting point, and I think I'm going to agree with her. And I don't always agree with Megyn Kelly on everything, but what she has to say is absolutely fascinating. So I got a lot coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. Super Talk TV is up and running if you want to check us out on video. The Super Text line is also up and running, 615-737-9986. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Starting off here with some problems for commuters. There's a problem on 40 westbound. It's jammed up this morning at the off-ramp to Church Street. That's because Church Street is now blocked off. Looks like there's some road work going on there. Not really sure from the traffic center. But again, it's causing a big delay on 40 westbound at the off-ramp to Church Street. Careful as you approach that spot. The White House now offering a framework for what it wants to see in a new health care legislation from Congress. This is being called the Great Health Care Plan.
Trump's new proposal is short on specifics. It aims to lower prescription drug costs and force insurance companies to be more transparent about rates. The key provision? Trump wants to send money directly to Americans into health savings accounts.
ABC's Andrea Fujiai. Now, insurance premiums for the millions of people who get their coverage through the ACA are soaring now after Congress allowed subsidies to expire. Got a silver alert for this morning. TBI is searching for a missing Dixon County man. 86-year-old James Nash has been missing since yesterday. He may be driving a white 2018 Toyota Camry. It's got Tennessee tags 044BKPB. It was last seen last night in Jackson. A Davidson County judge denied a new trial for Antioch Waffle House shooter Travis Ranking. In 2022, Ranking was found guilty on all charges in the shooting in which 4 people were killed. His attorneys argued Ranking should be granted a new trial because his previous legal team failed him. Well, the judge in this motion yesterday found there was no sentencing or trial errors and that the guilty verdicts stand. Charlie Kirk's accused killer, Tyler Robinson, goes back to court today. His lawyers want the entire Utah County Attorney's Office disqualified from prosecuting the case, all because the daughter of one of the prosecutors was at the event where Charlie Kirk was killed. Donna Rattato is a criminal defense attorney. She spoke to Fox News this morning.
But in this situation, I think this is just pushing it. I do not like this motion. I think it is a waste of time. I think it is a waste of the court's time. I think it's a waste of taxpayer money. And as a lawyer who's in these courtrooms every day, this is not one that I would file.
We've also learned that Tyler Robinson's transgender boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, is no longer under FBI protection. The auto worker who called President Trump a pedophile protector at a Ford plant this week is getting the backing of his union.
The car industry is exciting. And
it was a carefully staged event with President Trump shaking hands on a factory floor. But after the photo op, a Ford worker appeared to shout pedophile protector as Trump passed by, prompting the president to flash an obscene gesture and utter an expletive, according to TMZ. The worker was reportedly fired, but his union is standing behind him. The UAW posting that, quote, workers should never be subjected to vulgar language or behavior by anyone, including the President of the United States. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures are a little bit mixed. The Dow futures are down 5, but the NASDAQ futures gaining 122 this morning. S&P futures are on the plus side by 10. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so it's still a problem this morning. There is a closure on Church Street in the Gulch, in North Gulch this morning. It's at Church Street westbound between I-40 and McMillan Street. They're pouring concrete for a new motel there, or hotel, and it's supposed to be picked up around 6 o'clock this morning, but it hasn't been. And now because of that work that they're doing on Church Street, things are backed off for folks trying to get off I-40 westbound onto Church Street. Stop and go traffic there, and you'll need need to come up on that as slow as you can this morning because that may be surprising. In Paragon Mills, Nolensville Pike, there's a crash at Paragon Mills Road. Murfreesboro at Thompson Lane, south of Robert Rose Drive. Watch for an injury crash there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
– 7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Friday, and it is January 16th of 2026. So Megyn Kelly's got a hot take, Joan.
Yeah,
Sam.
Go ahead. I'm interested to hear this.
But I'm going to set it up first
Yeah.
with this. There is, and you may have seen this on the socials, I don't know, but ICE agents and Department of Homeland Security agents, they had to listen to this woman berate them. This is a 1.5-minute video, and I got to be honest with you, I'm laughing at how funny this sounds, even though this woman is absolutely irate.
What is your name? Sir, tell me your name. This is unacceptable.
Okay.
Absolutely unacceptable. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. This is not appropriate. This is my country. I'm here legally.
So what's funny is, so these guys, she's got her phone, right? And no doubt, Joan, she proudly posted this to her social media, right? She's like, I'm an American. I'm here legally. And the second I heard that, I'm like, okay, but they're here to try to find people who are not here legally. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
These people, you never ask for proof. You are a bad, evil person.
You
Clip it.
never ask for proof, but when they do, they're Nazis for asking for your papers.
Exactly. That's a great point, Joan. By the way, there's a lot of clips here that we could pull. Like, you are a bad, evil person.
Did you see the one of that physician's assistant harassing the guy about how much he makes? And, I went to school for 7 years. And the ICE agent's like, yeah, I went to high school. I make $200,000.
No, I heard about that.
In your face, lady.
Pull that for 8:35. But anyway, so here's the rest of this.
You need to be expunged. You need to go to another country. You need to know what it looks like. Instead, you're pulling over innocent people, not asking for any ID. And
Can you imagine, Sam, guys being married to this?
No.
Me either.
That lady's got a lot of cats.
You all should be ashamed. How do you go home to children, to friends, to family? Do you tell them what you do for a living?
You know what's so funny? Like, these guys are laughing. You know what I mean? If somebody came up to me and is screaming, I mean, I can, you know what's so funny? I guarantee you she's got short hair. She's probably wearing like a sweater. And to Sam's point, got a lot of cat hair on it. You know what I'm talking about?
She may have some colors in her hair, too.
She reminds me, yeah, she sounds like, Elizabeth Warren. Like an Elizabeth Warren type. You know what I mean? It just homely and angry cat hair. And I'm not, listen, if you folks have cats, I'm not bashing you with cats. She just sounds like a crazy cat lady.
That you arrest people without cause? That you just pick them up, put them in a truck? Is that what you do? Are you proud of yourself for doing this?
Now they just walk away.
Are you absolutely proud?
Thank you for calling the ICE
Are you?
She heard he said, thank you for calling the ICE hotline for us. I mean, here's the deal. When people are this unhinged, and by the way, Andy Ogles is going to be here at 7:35. So when people are this unhinged, you just don't take them seriously. It's like the people who send us really nasty grams on the super text line. We don't pay attention to you because you sound nuts. You sound unreasonable. And you sound like somebody that, regardless as to how much we try, will never be able to reach you. I was listening to Murphy's show the other day, Joan, and Matt is one of the most brilliant talk show hosts I have ever heard, and I'm extraordinarily proud that I hired him. He's got this guy named Mike calls up. You may have heard it. You folks may have heard this. And Mike sounded like this woman. And to Matt's credit, he spent an inordinate amount of time trying to reach Mike. And Mike sounded like this woman. This woman actually sounds more masculine than Mike, if you're listening. And Mike wouldn't let Matt talk. Mike wouldn't even allow Matt to ask him a question. Do you know why Mike wouldn't allow Matt to ask him a question? Because Mike knew that he would not be able to coherently answer Matt's question. And so he sounded like this woman.
Are you proud of this? Are you proud? You are an idiot. You do not deserve to walk the face of this earth. None of you. None of you. You are fools. I did get a name. I did get a name. They took somebody out of that car.
They took somebody out of that car. Oh, my favorite part of this, Joan, you can't see the video.
Yeah.
My favorite part of this video is there is a man with this psychotic woman. For you people watching on Super Talk TV, you'll know that I was triggered by the fact that he's wearing pajamas. A fully grown man stalking ICE, and he couldn't even put on a pair of pants. He's wearing plaid green pajamas.
Well, he just came from the Walmart.
It's like, dude, put on a pair of pants, man. There you go. It's on TikTok.
It's a little cold out there to just be wearing your pajama bottoms outside, don't you think?
Yeah, you know what? I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
They want to be comfortable when they harass federal agents.
Then you know what? They could be wearing pajamas when they get hauled off to jail.
Yeah, it's way more comfortable, I guess, on the concrete seats.
I'm sorry, though. In fairness, I could not. That's probably why these ICE agents are laughing at them. Really, could you take somebody seriously that is attacking you wearing pajamas?
Nope.
Joan?
Definitely not.
When it happened to me, I laughed hysterically.
You had somebody attack you while wearing pajamas?
While working at a Waffle House, yes.
Well, that's a little different.
How? It wasn't Christmas or a holiday or
People
anything.
that go into Waffle House are usually drunk.
Well,
or hungover.
They were on something.
See? It's my point. I'm just kidding.
I don't know why else they're wearing a dinosaur onesie out in public.
Okay. Coming up, some great audio from Megyn Kelly. That is coming up next, where she kind of addresses this woman. Megyn Kelly kind of addresses this woman, and is coming up next. It is coming up on 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Your parents didn't pay enough attention to you.
All right, as far as your weather goes for your Friday, January 16th, breezy this morning, otherwise cloudy most of the time, occasional rain, drizzle this afternoon as well. High of 50, similar weather throughout the weekend with a progressive cool down, seeing a high of 35 on Sunday. By the way, Joan, talking about the Mike that called the Murphy show the other day.
Yeah.
He banned him from the show.
Like he's never allowed to appear again?
Yeah.
Wow.
I like that Matt did that. I like that Matt did that because you know what? To Matt's credit, Matt sometimes gets mad. Matt knows that. Everybody knows that. Sometimes he gets angry trying to deal with these idiot listeners, callers. So Matt did a great job of actually trying to dialogue with him, and he wouldn't. And so Matt just said, you know what? And very calmly, I was very proud of Matt. He very calmly just put him on hold and said, I'm trying to reason with you. I can't. You're banned from the show. And I happened to be watching on YouTube at that time, and I'm watching as Mike is talking. And all of these the people in the YouTube chat are screaming at Matt to cut the guy off. And to Matt's credit, he tried to dialogue. And so when Matt said, Mike, you're banned from the show, everybody in the YouTube chat started celebrating. It was awesome. I loved it. So Megyn Kelly has a theory.
Yeah.
About all of these women and all of these men that are going after these ICE agents. Here is what Megyn Kelly has to say.
It gets to the heart. I have another theory. I accept everything you just said, and I want to add something to it. I mentioned this the other day, sort of tongue in cheek, but I actually do think it's a real dynamic. I don't think any of these people are having sex. I really don't. I think it's not coincidental that all these women are obese and unattractive with multiple piercings, no makeup, skin issues. That, like, I'm sorry, but if you're having positive interactions with men where, like, you're going to bed with them and they're treating you well and you're enjoying it and you feel the euphoria that comes after that, you're not going out there and looking at all these men as the devil enemies who you want to hurt and kill.
Some of these women look like water buffalo.
Oh, my.
You know what I'm saying, Joan?
Yeah.
Like, some of these women, they do. They look like water buffalo. I saw one tackled to the ground.
Yeah. So
it just, she's got a little bit more. Hold on.
Go ahead. And stop. And same for the guys. These young men, we know that there's huge swaths of them who are not dating. They're not having sex with women. They're not drinking anymore. There's no release. It's not like when we were young in the late 80s, where it was like a life of debauchery, but we were all happy. There's something wrong with these people today. These are mostly like millennials, late-end millennials, who I think all of them have deeply unhappy personal lives, and it's manifesting on the streets of Minneapolis.
Bingo.
Yeah, you know what?
So
it actually makes sense.
So interesting, because this dovetails with something that I noticed yesterday. I was out and about yesterday, and somebody drove next to me, and they had a license plate that said 4B for me. So I said, okay, I'll check that out. What's 4B? 4B, according to AI's overview on Google, is the most commonly refers to the South Korean feminist movement, where women pledge to abstain from 4 things beginning with B in Korean: no dating, no sex, no marriage, no childbearing. It's a form of protest against patriarchal structures.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yes. And I'm thinking maybe that's a lot of 4Bers out there on the streets of Minnesota.
Yeah, but I think some of these women are 4B not by choice.
Oh, I see. Like, they're also not.
Their disposition
is so abrasive.
ugly. Now, listen, I'm not talking about looks. It's critical that people understand that. But some people are so ugly on the inside that they're ugly on the outside. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I do.
I've known women that were, attractive, but they were so mean and nasty that they were just ugly. And I've known women that were not necessarily physically attractive, if you know what I mean, but their amazing personality and spirit made them attractive. Shut up, Sam. I'm trying to make a serious point. Joan, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Some of these women, though, when they are thrown down to the ground, they look like water buffalo, like they're taken down by a cowboy or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it is actually I don't feel sorry for them, because if this is your disposition, like, what happened to these people?
Right, but I do feel sorry for them, because they think they're so in the right, and they're just going to die lonely people.
No, Joan, cats are a good thing.
Yeah.
And then they'll eat the carcass. That's what they do.
They're eating the cats.
Eating the cat? Oh.
No, the cats are going to eat the cat lady. When
going back to Donald Trump. Joan, is that what that was?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I got it. Very good.
But that's scientifically, that's what will happen. Your cats, if you die alone in a house full of cats, they will eat your corpse.
Really?
Yep.
No, they won't.
I think any animal would, if they're not being fed, that you become.
Dogs are a little bit more loyal.
A cat's little teeth cannot get through skin.
Well, they won't have to once it starts to decompose.
Yeah.
Not to be gross.
Not to
while you're
really
having your Cheerios this morning.
So once you start to decompose, your skin turns to jelly, and then the cats will eat you?
Pretty much, yeah.
Hopefully, though, the cat is able to last long enough that you're...
Oh, and if you've got 6 or 7 cats...
Moving.
How do we go down this
I don't know, but now
Rabbit
I'm
hole.
seriously wondered
Cat
how
hole.
long it takes to decompose before a cat can eat you. Thank you, Sam, for this. 721 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yeah, a lot of people heard that call, Murphy Show with Mike. And I just don't believe that there are reasons to, I don't believe that there are reasons to dialogue with these people. And I was really glad that Matt banned that guy because I was getting mad. I was getting mad for Matt.
Not to detract, but a cat might start nibbling on a deceased owner's body within a day or two, often beginning with the face or extremities as their food source runs out. Though they're not typically considered scavengers like dogs, but they will resort to it if starving.
All right, thanks, Sam.
So informative of you, Sam.
Joan, can you hear that, Joan? That's the sound of thousands of people clicking away from WTN. Oh, no, this can't be right.
What?
4702.
No. Oh, I'm reading it. No.
Sam is correct. My stepmom died and had cats, and they had eaten her fingers and toes before anyone had found her dead.
Okay, you know what I'm thinking? Sam was wrong again. They
Why?
ate her fingers and toes. They didn't start at her face.
I said extremities. It starts with face or extremities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then maybe you're not
Typically.
wrong.
I was not the source on that. I Googled that to make sure my preconceived notions about felines were correct.
Apparently, Chris Hand had somebody on yesterday. Did something happen with Chris Hand yesterday where there was another, caller that was very combative?
I don't know. I was at the building at that point.
Oh, yeah. Somebody said he had a moron yesterday, too.
You know what, Joan? We miss all the fun.
We do. Why don't we have morons?
Well, we would if
That's
we...
what I'm here for.
Joan, you've got two. You work with them. Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. All right, very good. Yeah, so we've got...
The whole cat
Andy
thing really messed you
know
up.
What? The cat thing has me
Are
completely...
you terrified to fall asleep in a room with cats now?
The text line is going crazy.
It is.
Somebody said, nice French manicure. Joan, yeah, thank you. I'm going to get it redone today.
Chris Hand had some guy... Oh, good Lord, people.
Wow, yes.
There's so many people. We're going to have to ask...
There's some
We're going to have to ask
crazies.
Chris when he gets in. I don't know if I've ever seen the super text line blow. We got to find out what the heck
This is
happened
really
yesterday.
blowing up, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't get as many morons on your show.
They don't get up early.
Oh, they don't get
That's
up
what some
early.
people
I
are
see.
saying.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I never trusted cats. Like I've had a few cats in my life. I'm a dog person. No offense to you cat people, but I always feel like my cats were waiting around for me to die so that they could eat me.
So, you know, they're the only animal to self-domesticate. They pretty much showed up in Egypt and were like, we live with y'all now.
No, I didn't know that.
So every other animal pretty much we've domesticated and gone out and said, you will live
like
with
dogs.
us.
Sure.
Cats are the opposite. So that's always what's made me suspicious about them.
Yeah, I always thought that my cats were plotting my early demise.
They've had an agenda, like the left.
Apparently, we're helping a lot of people who are on a diet this morning because they can't eat. You're welcome.
Listen, we're here to help. Yeah. Who needs GLP-1 when we've got Nashville's morning news? That's what I said. All right, 7:25. Joan's got the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, the new sports betting scandal. This one hits at the college level. It's coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A new sports betting scandal. 20 men have been charged in a points shaving scheme involving NCAA teams and players in the Chinese Basketball Association. Former NCAA All-American Antonio Blakeney, who has been playing overseas, is among them.
According to the indictment, he was able to recruit some of his teammates in the Chinese Basketball Association to take bribes and underperform. And from there, the scheme, as described by prosecutors, moved on to the NCAA.
ABC correspondent Aaron Katursky there. The players were paid between $10,000 and $30,000 to throw their games. Nobel Peace Prize winner and Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Machado went to the White House yesterday bearing a gift for President Trump. It was her Nobel Peace Prize medal, presented to him, framed with a message that read, "In recognition of President Trump's principled and decisive action to secure a free Venezuela."
We see the gesture as a move by Machado to curry favor with Trump, who's been reluctant to endorse her as a potential leader of Venezuela. Trump has said many times that he deserves the Peace Prize, but the committee that oversees the awards says it cannot be transferred. They've made it clear that while President Trump may now have a Nobel Prize medal, they say he is not a Nobel Prize winner.
That is ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Monster is out with its job outlook report for 2026, and it says, despite an extremely competitive job market, demand remains strong for workers in healthcare, essential services, and infrastructure-related fields. Now, it says healthcare is the strongest hiring sector. That would include nurses, physical therapists, respiratory, occupational speech therapists, and also licensed professional counselors. Now, I've added the full list to my X account. You can check it out for yourself. It's at Joan Jones WTN. That's the latest news. Stick around for traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
You know, my store for all things two-way is the Glock store. Now, you know that everybody's talking about the new Gen 6. They're out. They're amazing. You know, the new Gen 6s, they've got the new optic system, the RTF6 texturing, and that flat face trigger, among many other things. Really, these are optimized to make you a better shooter, and the Glock store wants to make sure that you can get one. You can pre-order yours right now by going to the Glock store. They already got that first shipment. Boom, sold out. So, if you want to pre-order yours, you can by going to the Glock store. Check out your options right there at the rental counter. Now, you can check them out. You can hold it. You can shoot it. You can try it out. These new Gen 6s, they are amazing. When you mention my name, you can get an extra magazine when you pick up your new Gen 6 Glock from the Glock store. So mention my name, you get that extra magazine. Now, this is a limited time offer and only from my friends at the Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Find them online, glockstore.com and shoot270.com. Hey, it's Dan.
Watch it in College Grove this morning on I-840 westbound at the Murfreesboro Road overpass. There's an accident pretty jammed up around it, too. Murfreesboro, it's Thompson Lane, south of Robert Rose Drive. There's a crash there. It involves some injuries, and the cleanup is taking a while there this morning. Nolensville Pike in Nashville, there's a crash right at Welch Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
736, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Joan, a lot of people really appreciative of the last segment.
Yeah, why is that?
They're saying, boy, really, really appreciate Sam letting us know all of that about cats. And by the way, they're getting rid of their cats today.
Be a lot of cats in the shelters today.
Exactly. All right. Congressman Eddie Ogles is with us. Congressman, always great to have you in studio. And some of the people, when I talked about you being here today, they said, why the hell isn't in D.C.? So why are you not in D.C.?
Well, obviously, part of the job is, as the founding fathers intended, is that we're the representative of the people, which means we come back to the district and we're in the local coffee shop. We're with our families. We're at home. And so we were in D.C. this week, Monday to Thursday. And then so we're here on Friday to do constituent work and be in the district. So I'll be all around the district today and also doing media as well.
Yeah, a lot of those founding fathers were farmers. Do you have a farm?
We have sheep and chickens and guineas. And
do you have any cats?
We have about 7 cats, actually.
Okay. You know what?
When you have a farm, you have as much feed and animals around as we do. You have to have cats. And so
Yes.
I'm not sure any of them are kamikaze or assassin cats, but I'm going to sleep with one eye open now.
Exactly. All right. So just going to rapid fire some stuff. And
yeah, just fire away. So
let's talk a little bit about, let's do the easy stuff first. So Minnesota is a complete and utter train wreck. You see what's going on. I'm sure you and I are of the same opinion. The ICE officer perfectly justified in shooting in self-defense. Give me your broad brush on what's going on in Minnesota.
Well, specific to that incident, and I want to caution everyone, regardless of what side you're on, is to let the facts unfold because, you look at the totality of the circumstances. So obviously you watch the video. Now, keep in mind, what's on the internet is in super slow motion. And so you're watching it from the comfort of your couch. You're not being attacked. You're not being yelled at. You haven't been assaulted, and it's in super slow motion. But you also have to look at what happened before. Had this lady been there? Had she had previous communications, altercations with ICE? Like what set up that moment in time? And it was an assault. You had an officer that had internal injuries. And look, guys, gals, if a member of law enforcement, a local, state, federal says stop and get out of your car, you should probably stop and get out of your car. It's that simple. This woman assaulted a member of law enforcement with her vehicle, and it unfortunately resulted in the loss of life. I wish it hadn't, but it did. Quit being stupid, people. You have a right to peacefully protest, period. You do. But do not assault a member of law enforcement or your fellow man, for that matter.
Well, and I think that clearly things have changed in America. I think crazy. Over the, you and I have been around. I'm a man of a certain age, and I remember when people would just make signs and picket on the sidewalk. But now things have escalated to the point where people are putting their lives on the line, assaulting armed officers. And so I think that it's pretty obvious to me that, generally speaking, this is something that is happening on the left. And I think this is coming from people like Tim Walz and, Ilhan Omar and Keith Ellison and Jacob Fry, the mayor of Minnesota. But we're kind of seeing this all over.
Yeah, you hear the media talks about the radical right and implies or blatantly states that the right is violent. But the reality is, look at the assaults, look at the assassination attempts, look at the shooting Charlie Kirk. It's all leftist, wackadoodle leftist. And, you have the governor of Minnesota, you have the mayor of Minneapolis, and they're inciting violence. It's the left. It's not the right. I mean, I talk about, you have a right to peacefully protest. When I was mayor of Murray County, and we had some protests on the steps of the courthouse, I went out there with them and said, look, you have a right to be here, but do not destroy this property. And if you do, you're going to be arrested. We set the ground game. They spent a couple hours there. It was peaceful. I brought them water and they went home. That's the way it's supposed to happen, but not with the left.
Well, I covered it. I forget what it was. You can fill me in. You were at an event. I want to say it was for AFP or something. Yeah. And Antifa shows up.
Antifa came.
And you just decide to wade into the crowd of Antifa.
Well, I was never the biggest kid in school. And my dad always told me, stand your ground. And because if you give the bully an inch, they're going to keep pushing and they're going to keep pushing. And that's Antifa's MO. And if they see that you flinch or that you're going to back down, they see you as a target. And so I had a town hall last night in Franklin. There was people from all swaths of life. I mean, there was nothing against people with blue hair, but there was a lady there with blue hair. I'm guessing that she probably doesn't agree with me on a lot of things. She was very nice, very pleasant. We had a great conversation. She asked me some questions that weren't combative, but she clearly was not in agreement with me. And that's what the discourse is supposed to be.
Yep.
But what you didn't have is some knucklehead with a bullhorn trying to attack me or intimidate me and put it in my ear. And by the way, if you put a bullhorn in somebody's ear, you're probably going to get punched in the throat, but because that is an assault. And so, guys, everybody stand down. Let's have this discourse. That's the great thing about this country, because if you do that crap in, the Middle East or somewhere, or in most of South America, Africa, they're going to put you in a gulag and you're never going to come out.
So when you just mentioned about being mayor of Murray County, how many years ago was that?
So this is my third year in Congress, so 3.5.
So did you ever think in a million years that, 3.5, 4 years ago, you would be spending a good amount of time in a skiff?
Well, no. I mean, so for your listeners, a skiff is a classified room where you get classified briefings.
Not to interrupt, but I'm fascinated by skiffs. So how big is a skiff? Now, and if I'm asking you something you're not allowed to answer?
No, in D.C. there's an area that is comprised of multiple skiffs. So it would have, like a house, might have different rooms. So you have different committees or individuals. So there's one room that's dedicated for Homeland Security, and so I go there pretty much every day. Sometimes it's for a few minutes to get my daily briefing. And, on, I guess it was Wednesday, I was in there for about 4 hours because there was so much going on that I needed to be caught up on. So
And this is like a
soundproof, no electronics. You can't have a Fitbit, Oura Ring, cell phone, earbuds, nothing.
Wow.
And they're constantly scanning, and they can tell if there's any electronics in the room.
Are you allowed to take notes?
I have a binder, so I can take notes for myself, but I leave them in the room because at that point it becomes classified and it's part of essentially the government archive.
First time you went into a skiff, what was that like?
Surreal, in the same way, as one of the members of Congress that has a close relationship with both President Trump and Elon Musk. It's kind of surreal that some a working class kid took forever to graduate college, ran for mayor because their budget was a mess, is now talking and texting with the president.
Right.
That's not a path that I expected for myself.
Can I see a text from Donald Trump? I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. He's like, I don't know.
I've got one from Elon where I texted him actually yesterday afternoon. So
really,
but it was so kind of shifting when you look at.
I've got a question though. When you're texting Elon Musk, because when you hear him speak, I mean, he's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, for sure.
Does he text the way that he talks?
Very direct.
Okay.
No chit chat, just to the point. And I think part of it is the fact that the guy's running like 72 companies all at once and is probably having 3 conversations, and he's doing all of it at the same time.
Right.
And so he doesn't waste time with chit chat, but he's very likable and affable in person. But again, you can tell when you're with him that he is just next level genius.
Okay. So coming up, so I got to take a quick traffic break, but you are now the chairman of the House Homeland Security Subcommittee on Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Protection.
That's right.
So I'm dying to hear about, are you involved in like the sonic weapons that happened in Venezuela? This is where hey, Joan, he's squirming. Did you see that?
People I did. I got my eyes on it.
The reported sonic weapon that was deployed in Venezuela.
Okay, hold on. We got to check traffic, and then we'll come back and hear about all of that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 7:45 on WTN. $7:45, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I am harassing a sitting U.S. congressman, telling him that I want to see a text message from Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, if you don't want to see it, I'll look at it.
Breezy this morning, otherwise cloudy most of the time with occasional rain and drizzle this afternoon. High of 50, similar weather throughout the weekend with a progressive cool down, seeing a high of 35 on Sunday. All right, so we talked about this when it happened, when it allegedly, supposedly, perhaps may have happened, where in Venezuela, our military goes in, and part of what we allegedly, supposedly, possibly did was utilize these sonic weapons that disables the enemy. So what do you know or not know about these weapons that we may or may not have used in Venezuela?
Well, I mean, I think so take a step back and understand the context of what happened. So Maduro was essentially a drug kingpin who was elected president. So he was nothing more than a narco-trafficker, I would argue a narco-terrorist, who also happened to be president of a second or third world country. I leave that up to you to decide. But and so the Biden administration to put a $25 million bounty on his head, we doubled it.
Yep.
And he had been warned. The Trump administration gave him a lot of opportunity to cooperate, to cut out the trafficking, and ultimately we went in and we snatched him. But I would say that was as much for our benefit in combating drug trafficking. It was sending a message to Russia and China.
Yeah.
So when you get back to the Monroe Doctrine and the fact that this is the Western Hemisphere, it is our sandbox. The Monroe Doctrine is simply we are the Western Hemisphere is our domain. We're the dominant predator, and if you're here, you're going to face some sort of interaction with us. And so, which is also why we can have a separate conversation about Greenland. But what you saw in that kinetic action that was taken in Venezuela is we deployed technologies that Russia and China arguably probably suspected we have, but had never seen in operation. Like, we disabled some of their most sensitive and top-of-the-line radar, sonar type of equipment. We went in undetected with a very small force. We took out a force that was multiplier many times greater, and we were in and out in minutes, and we sustained no casualties.
I read a military, I don't know what it was, a story written by a military guy, but they were saying that China and Russia are stunned by what we pulled off.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So when you look at wartime, and this is the big difference between the United States and, say, Israel, is that communications and communications logistics is a huge challenge on the battlefield. Nobody does it better than us. So China has this fleet. They have communications capabilities, but they're not battle tested. Quite frankly, I would argue they're not battle ready. And so doing that sends a message of, if you're in the Western Hemisphere, if you're in the Arctic Ocean or the Greenland Sea, we have capabilities that if forced to, we will deploy. And one of the important things to understand is that if you were going to launch a nuke against the United States, where would you do it from? Well, you could do it from Europe or the continent, but you're better off doing it closer to shore, which would be out there in the Greenland Sea. And so we need that as our domain. And purchasing Greenland, this is our fourth time historically to try to purchase and acquire Greenland. I have the bill, Make Greenland Great Again. I've met with the people of Greenland, or at least their representatives. I'm not talking about the ones that are with the Danes, but the actual the people of Greenland. They want their sovereignty, and they want to be aligned with the United States of America. They're going to have to pick an ally. It's the Danes, it's Russia, it's China, or it's the U.S., and they're much more aligned with us, and they want to be a protectorate of the United States. And quite frankly, it's in their best interest and ours.
Why is it then that we are seeing, because I saw a poll, and I don't necessarily believe polls, but, there was a poll out there that said that 89% of the people in Greenland want to stay with Denmark. I find that hard to believe because there's a lot of history out there. You know what I mean? I think that
that's absolute nonsense. I mean, again, the elected individuals or the appointed individuals that work with the Danish government, they want to remain, in power. Thus, they want that relationship. But look, United States, we spilled more blood protecting Greenland than the Danes. We have more assets deployed in Greenland than the Danes.
We could make Greenland far, far more, I don't want to use the term relevant because it sounds demeaning, but I mean, they could be really important. They are really important to America right now, but I mean, we could do amazing things for that piece of land.
So look, Greenland is largely uninhabitable, period. They have two cities. There's no roads in between the two cities. If you want to travel from one to the other, it's dog sled, snowmobile, or helicopter. again, it's just an uninhabitable land, but they've got natural resources like you wouldn't believe, and the Danes do not have the infrastructure or the capability to harvest that, and we could do that for the benefit of the Greenlanders and also the United States of America. But set that aside for a moment. When you understand that the Arctic Ocean is much more, you can get through it, you can use it for transportation. China wants to claim a stake in the Arctic. We must be the dominant predator in that zone, because it's literally on our back porch.
Is it the kind of thing where if we don't do it, China or Russia will?
Oh, they're already trying.
Yeah, I know.
So there is a race, and we are obviously who the Greenlanders want. Because, look, let's be honest. The reason why Europe has socialized medicine is because we are their defense department. We are their national defense. Who protects Central and South America? It's the United States. Who protects Greenland? It's the United States. Who protects Europe? It's the United States. The only reason why most of Europe isn't speaking Russian right now is because the United States of America. Mm-hmm. And when you're not spending 40% of your budget on national defense, you can spend it on stupid health care that doesn't work. That's why the rich people in Europe come to the United States. With that being said, we are the peacemaker for the globe. And Greenland has now become a critical piece of global peace when it comes to China and Russia because of those constant incursions, particularly with submarines.
So what do you think the chances are, Congressman Andy Ogles in studio, so what do you think the chances are that we're going to get Greenland? Like Trump is saying that he'll use the military. I think he... Yeah, I was going to say, all right, but that's a negotiating ploy that Donald Trump does.
Art of the deal. We can have a separate conversation. Is that a statement too far? I mean, I think it sends a message, and if you understand and know Donald Trump, President Trump, he is articulating his resolve of how important it is to him and to this country. Now, what I will say is that it was announced last night that the United States and the Danish government are in technical conversations on how to obviously peacefully look at a transfer of authority.
Who do you like better, Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance?
I like them both.
I got him squirming again, Joan.
No. I think that's a valid question. I think what you're going to see is a ticket. I don't see them running against one another. It's going to be, in my opinion, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. I think either one of them would make a great president. And I'll say I wasn't the biggest Marco Rubio fan prior to him becoming Secretary of State, but the guy has done a fantastic job. And I think he has like 12 official titles. Of course, you see the memes on X where like he's sitting in the chair with his arms crossed and they have him looking like the Shaw, and then he's president of a football team, and he's like,
See, my worry is with Marco Rubio is that if you make him a running mate, like he's such a good Secretary of State, I almost feel like him in the VP role, you would have to expand it to take advantage of his many different abilities.
Yeah, and I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing. And I think J.D. Vance's style I think they complement one another. And again, I think Marco Rubio, whatever misgivings I used to have, I do not have anymore. But his foreign policy chops are next level. They're just amazing. His instincts. If you've ever watched him in an interview, he's witty as all get out. So he's fun to listen to because you just never know what he's going to say. Quick quips, But I think they would be a dynamic team, and quite frankly, I think when you look at the midterms and you cast forward to the next election after that, it'll be largely driven by the pocketbook, economic type elections. And I think we have the real opportunity when you look at the state of the economy and where we're going to be going over the next 3 months that will win the midterms, which sets us up to win the presidential.
Are you sticking around?
Oh, sure.
Okay, so more with Congressman Andy Ogles. We're going to talk about finances, the economy, of course. We're going to talk a little bit more about Venezuela, Iran, of course. We haven't even done that. And are you willing to talk about UAPs?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to talk about that. So a lot more coming up. It is 7:55, Nashville's Morning News. Joan's got the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, why was Chuck Schumer at the White House yesterday? Also, can President Trump use the Insurrection Act in Minnesota? We'll talk about those things coming up at 8 o'clock here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. You know, there's so many companies out there. How do you know which ones to trust? Well, I'm here to tell you that I trusted United Structural Systems with my home's foundation and waterproofing, and you can too. But, you know, don't just listen to me. Listen to me and the over 30,000 other satisfied customers that USS has helped over the last 25 years. Now, we all know that January is a wet month. We've already seen this, but you've got to be on the lookout for moisture in your basement or crawl space, because if you find some, you have to get it taken care of quickly because it can turn into a serious problem fast. Now, you might have poor drainage. You might have small cracks in your foundation, but whatever that problem is, USS is going to find it and they're going to fix it. Because at USS, they're more than just a team of problem solvers. They are your neighbors and they care about their customers. I was a customer long before I was an endorser. You can find them online at USSTN.com to learn more about United Structural Systems. They're more than waterproofing. They're committed. They're trustworthy. They are USS, United Structural Systems. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. This is my HVAC company, and they have been for years. Now, they saved me time, all kinds of money, and comfort in 2025, and that continues in 2026. They can help you as well. Every single month, they give you a whole bunch of different ways to save money. Now, if you need a new HVAC unit, but you've been putting it off, well, now is the time to call Busy Bee, because right now you can get 0% financing for 18 months plus a complimentary UV light with any new unit install and a free 5-year labor upgrade. That is a $750 value. If you want to improve the indoor air quality of your home, you can take 15% off UV lights when you book a premium duct cleaning. And here's a really great deal. Buy one Beehive membership, you can get one Beehive membership free for a friend. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. This is my company for all things comfort. Call them and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime. BusyBeeHVAC.com. Busy Bee, your comfort, our mission.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. State Republican lawmakers pushing a broad immigration agenda aimed at tightening enforcement across Tennessee. Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, talking with the Matt Murphy Show yesterday. The plan includes mandatory legal status checks for benefits, schools, and government jobs, along with new state penalties for local agencies that don't comply.
We want to preserve the legal immigration system, and we want to protect taxpayers. It's important to protect your dollars. What we do know is close to $1 billion, approximately, is spent on illegal immigrants in the state of Tennessee. That could be going to a different effort.
Illegal entry and re-entry into the country would also become state crimes under the proposal. Democrats are arguing that this legislation is fear-based and ignores Tennesseans' concerns about affordability and public services. Well, with more violent protests taking place in Minnesota over ICE operations and 2 shootings involving federal agents, President Trump is considering sending in the U.S. military.
Amidst the violence, President Trump now threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act, which would give the president the power to deploy U.S. military forces in Minnesota. Generally, the use of federal troops on U.S. soil is prohibited, but the president can invoke the 218-year-old law if requested by governors or if he determines that there is an insurrection.
Yes, in fact, that's Matt Rivers from ABC. In fact, one section of the Insurrection Act allows the president to deploy troops to enforce laws, suppress rebellion, or to respond to domestic violence that deprives people of their constitutional rights. With hat in hand, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer went to the White House to plead with President Trump yesterday. Axios reporting that he begged the president to release federal funding for the $16 billion Gateway Tunnel in New York, which President Trump canceled after Democrats picked a government shutdown fight. It's not clear if the president is considering that request. A Southeast Tennessee church deacon under arrest after his wife went through his phone. Christopher Cullen's wife found evidence that the Hickson deacon placed hidden cameras in a bathroom and recorded their teenage babysitter. Police recovered the cameras and SD cards and arrested Collins. He's facing 9 serious felony counts. And Monday is a federal holiday. It's MLK Day, but here in Tennessee, it's also Dolly Parton Day. Governor Bill Lee signing a proclamation in honor of Dolly's 80th birthday. He says that the proclamation honors Dolly's life, legacy, and extraordinary contributions of Tennessee's favorite daughter. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Looking good ahead of the opening bell. Dow futures plus 11, NASDAQ up 125, S&P futures are up 11 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident in Academy Square. It's on President Ronald Reagan Way at Ash Street, also in Murfreesboro. Still working that crash scene at Thompson Lane southbound, south of Robert Rose Drive. Pretty slow going this morning. It's Chris Hand-sized delays on 24 westbound heading in. Otherwise, 40 and 65 are looking okay. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to a Friday, January 16th of 2026. Andy Ogles, Congressman Andy Ogles, is joining us in studio. All right, I'm peppering the congressman with questions. So let's talk about AI. And let's talk about the legislation that is out there. And because this was a little controversial. Federal government, as far as AI goes, is going to be able to basically federalize the regulation of AI and not give the states any real ability to have their own regulation on AI. And so there's a lot of people that are on our side of the aisle that are screaming about states' rights and these kinds of things. And so there is a bit of a split within the Republican Party on this. So talk about where you stand on that. And talk about, why these regulations needed to be federalized.
Yeah. So, first of all, I am a 10th Amendment states' rights guy to the core. But there are certain issues and lanes, if you will, that really are the purview of the federal government. One of those being national security. And there's really not a good comparison, but the closest thing that I can articulate is when you think about AI, and yes, we have it on our phones, whether it's ChatGPT or Grok, but when I think of AI, I would compare it to nuclear weapons. In that, there was a time when we were in an arms race with Russia, and at some point we reached that point of critical mass where we both had enough nuclear weapons where we could blow up the world 10 times over, whatever. So then the race became about delivery systems. And again, at some point we both reached that critical mass where we could each blow each other up in 4 minutes, whatever it was. AI is much the same in that there's a lot of fun things. So like over the Christmas holidays, I made using chat, and then I made a photo in chat, and I took that photo and I put it over on Grok and made a movie. Like, we were just having fun with it. That's great. But there's another side to AI that is very much offensive and quite frankly can be malicious. And so as the chairman of cybersecurity, I spend a good amount of time in a SCIF getting classified briefings on the state of play from around the world on AI. And it's, when I was mayor of Murray County, there was this. I got this call in the middle of the night. It was about 11 o'clock, and Antifa was coming to Murray County. They had identified our courthouse as a soft target, but it had some roots back to the race riots. And they called and said, "Hey, what do you want to do?" And I said, "Look, I need you to deploy. The last thing I'm going to do, not on my watch, is that courthouse going to burn down." Fast forward to today with AI, it's like, I'm not going to be the guy that turns on Skynet. And so part of that is making sure that we develop AI in a safe and responsible manner. Now, what I will say is our adversaries, China, we are in an arms race in AI and quantum computing, and the first person or country that gets there will be the dominant predator, quite frankly, from here on out. And they want to supersede us. And what I can tell you is China is very much wants to supplant the United States. They do it both from a spy perspective, but also from a commerce perspective. So you have a situation where China hacked a German automotive manufacturer. They literally changed the code of their self-driving cars. Their cars of this company started crashing, and they couldn't figure out why. And it was China. China stole the code from that company, deployed it in their own company, BYD, and is now outpacing in model-to-model sales, and they set back that auto manufacturer a full year. So that's who we're dealing with. So I said in Homeland Security, our hearing the other just this week, is that we are already in a war with China. Most people just don't realize it yet.
So the reason why the regulations on AI needs to be federalized is because if we allow the states to have their own regulations, does it bog down the regulations, and
it becomes an impossible
cumbersome
patchwork that is hard to navigate. But also, we've got to make sure that it's developed responsibly. So we're going to do this in a smart way. And to get it, I'm all for. And what I will say is the federal government's approach to AI is we're very much about entrepreneurism. So one of the things I'm doing as the chairman of Cyber is creating a working group between the private sector and the government, because the government alone cannot advance AI to the next level. We're going to need the Elons. We're going to need the Anthropics. We're going to need that small entrepreneur in Nashville. So I wouldn't see this as some sort of prohibition, because I'm literally working on creating avenues for those tech companies who want to explore and be dynamic in this space, where they literally can partner with the United States government and become that go-to source for AI in the future.
So at the end of the day, does China keep you up at night?
Yeah.
Is it China or Russia?
Oh, it's by far China.
China? That's what keeps me up at night, too.
Yeah, so when you look, and you can go like punch into Chat or Grok, you look at Salt Typhoon or Volt Typhoon. So you have this Typhoon consortium. Those are China-controlled entities. Nothing in connection with China is outside of China's control. Russia's a little different in that you have these entities, these hacking groups that obviously work for the state, but they're also kind of free market. They're freelance. They're for hire. So as long as you're not embarrassing the Russian government, as long as you're not going counter to the Russian government, so it's much less directed than it is with China. Everything that China is doing is deliberate. So what do I mean by that? So when you look at water systems and electrical grids across this country, China has embedded software all over this country to be used as an attack in the event, say, let's say they want to do something in Taiwan. So one of the things we're trying to do is equip localities with the ability to get that software out of their systems, create redundancies. So yes, China keeps me up at night, because I literally go into a skiff every single day, and I start my day or my afternoon with how many times were we attacked last night.
Can we do the same thing to them? He's squirming a third time, Joan.
Well, I have to pause to make sure nothing that I say is actually classified. But what I would say is, and again, in the hearing, so it's what's unique. So we all know politics is partisan. Obviously, you have Trump derangement syndrome. But what's interesting about cyber and homeland security is, again, so financial services, which is banking, like the Republicans' witnesses versus the Democrat witnesses, their opinions are like day and night.
Yeah.
But when it comes to cybersecurity and AI, I mean, even the ranking member, the Democrat ranking member, leaned over to me and said, I don't know that I've ever seen a committee where all of the witnesses, Republican and Democrat, agreed.
Yeah.
Now, their approaches might be slightly different, but even the members on cybersecurity, like obviously they rant and rave about ICE. Look, we're on a hearing about cybersecurity and they're talking about ICE. It's not even the same. Okay, fine. If they want to burn half of their time talking about ICE, so be it. But even the members, the Democrat members, understand that this is the next battlefield. This is the race that we're in with China. And if we don't win it, I hope you learn Chinese soon.
All right. I want to talk about Iran.
Yeah.
And we're going to do UAPs and I think and some on the economy. So real quick, let's check the roads on WTN. (8:15) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Andy Ogles, 5th Congressional District Congressman, is joining us. All right, let's talk about Iran.
Yeah.
People know my opinion on it, so you tell me what is your opinion on it? We've got we got big battleships or whatever they are going to the region, and things seem to have tamped down a little bit, but we don't really know what's going on in Iran. So what do you think is going on?
So Well, there's a lot to unpack there, and we could talk about Iran all day. But so one of my conversations with Elon is, he previously there was a couple of thousand Starlink units in Iran. They've been literally going door to door and collecting those. So I reached out to Elon to see if there was any opportunity to get more in the country and to see if he needed help getting them there. And so I won't say how many, but he's deploying a significant number multiplier of that 2,000 into Iran to try to get information in and out. Obviously, we have assets on the ground. But let me be clear, there's no need for U.S. troops on the ground in Iran. That's not our role. What we've seen in the Middle East in particular, that nation building and trying to establish a democracy by force doesn't work. It's got to be at the will of the people. That being said, can we play a strategic role in, destabilizing, the current regime? Sure. But again, that would be limited in nature. But look, the supposedly, and I haven't seen an update this morning, the murders have stopped or at least slowed down. They were killing a couple of thousand individuals per night.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's hard to fathom, quite frankly. But that being said, is that there's a real opportunity for regime change in that country, which totally changes the dynamic of the Middle East.
The entire Middle East.
Iran is a huge state sponsor of terrorism, Hamas, Hezbollah, et cetera. Quite frankly, Qatar's role and importance in the region is because of Iran, because they tend to be that go-between. Qatar tends to play both sides of the fences, or Qatar. And so I've been very critical of Qatar because they do play both sides of the fences. I'm one of those, if you're our ally, be our ally. You can't also be, helping us out the front door while you're stealing from us and selling it out the back door. That just doesn't work for me. And so Qatar, quite frankly, I would argue would prefer not to see regime change because it lessens their significance on the global stage. But at the end of the day, the people of Iran want freedom. And prior to 1979, they were a free people.
So my concern is I agree with you, but there's a lot of different factions out there. So who or what would replace the current regime?
Well, I think that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
Is that you've had the Ayatollah for so long now. Now you have the Crown Prince, who's the son of the last Shah from 1979. I've actually been in communication with him. He's wanting to go in and help establish a government. Obviously, from our perspective, any individual, whoever that is, if it's you, it would be a temporary type of leadership, and you want there to be free elections. Now, that's hard to force on a country that otherwise has been just brutalized for how many decades now, right? And so at the end of the day, they are largely in charge of their own destiny. Now, again, could we strike, like kinetic, military depots and give the people a chance? So keep in mind, if you're in the South, my guess is you have one or more guns, right? But in Iran, you don't. You can't have a shotgun. You can't have a weapon. And so they have no way of defending themselves, which is why they can kill 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people a night with impunity. And aside from sticks and stones, they literally have no way of defending themselves.
Well, I think you're right. I think Iran, there's a lot of potential there. And you could completely change the Middle East. All right, let's talk about UAPs real quick. Used to be UFOs, now they're UAPs. Did you see the documentary that featured Tim Burchett, Congressman Tim Burchett? I talked to him the Monday after it came out, and what do you know about them?
So,
are they real?
What I'll say, and I said
He's squirming again
in the hearing, is there, and I think my exact quote, and I think they used it in the movie because I haven't seen the film. I've seen parts of the film, but I just haven't had time to watch the whole thing. Is it ours? Is it theirs? Or is it otherworldly? And what I can say with confidence is there's things operating in our atmosphere that we can't explain, and I have no idea what it is. Now, my assumption, my hope would be is that it's some sort of special access program, so SAP, a SAP that is somehow compartmentalized within our own government.
All right, so here's my question. What is worse, that it's Chinese technology, Russian technology, or from outer space?
Because Wow, that's a good question. I think they all suck.
Listen, I'm right there with you.
I mean,
but see, if they're from outer space, wouldn't they have done something bad to us already?
Yeah, right. So again, Terminator, right? Skynet, like they come back in time because we're about to develop something, or like it was one of the Star Trek movies, like where they go back in time because they're about to develop the
Congressman, I am a Star Wars guy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
So,
but all that to say is I have no idea, and so it's of grave concern. But at the end of the day, we have such. I'm totally. I mean, I was a huge fan of Star Wars and Star Trek and the X-Files, so the truth is out there. And like Tim Burchett and Ana Luna and Congressman Burleson, like we're in pursuit of it. Whether or not we find it, I have no idea, but we're certainly trying.
Has Burchett given you a skateboard yet?
I fell back in February and broke my back. I am not getting on a skateboard. You couldn't give me enough money.
What is going on with our congressman? Burchett got kicked by a horse and you fell?
Yeah, so I was on the farm. I was working on an oak tree that had fallen, and I was up in the tree. And so in February, I cracked my lower spine, and I'm just now able to start running again. So I've hidden it well by wearing. I hide my back brace, but I don't wear the back brace now, and I'm working out and running. But yeah, it kind of sucked for 8 months.
Let's talk about the economy real quick. I'm seeing positive things. I believe that at least Donald Trump is doing something to help the economy as opposed to Joe Biden, which 4 years of destroying the economy.
Yeah, and so my bill to allow the president to have a third term was on this very point: is that Joe Biden destroyed the economy. He made such a mess that it's going to take a couple of administrations. Obviously, we have J.D. Vance and Rubio that are ready to take over to carry that torch.
I think when you filed that, we didn't realize just how amazing J.D. Vance was.
That's right. Fair enough. Yeah. And Rubio, for that matter, right?
Yeah.
But when you look, inflation is down. Real wages are up. Fuel is at its lowest, and
GDP is growing
5%, 5.1% growth. Like literally,
trade deficit down.
The Supreme Court delaying their decision on tariffs, that sort of kind of indicates that it's going to break Trump's way. Like everything is poised. We are going to have a gangbuster spring, and if that happens, which I firmly and confidently believe it will, we're going to win the midterms, and quite frankly could defy history and win extra seats in the midterms. I mean, the Democrats, I think, are in for a shellacking if the economy turns around, which all the data there says the economy is turning around. So forget my opinion, forget your opinion. The data is simply there. 2 + 2 is 4. End of story.
Is there anything we haven't covered in our final 90 seconds?
What
are people worried about in the fifth?
It's the economy. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about jobs and the economy. I think, when you look at, you and I, you're in the political space. I obviously am consumed by cyber, AI, and China. Those are real world concerns. But at the end of the day, we're all worried about our pocketbooks. What is tomorrow like? What's the future for our children? And that is, I can tell you, I have a personal relationship with President Trump. He truly loves our country. He truly cares about the future for our children and everything he's doing. Even like the 50-year mortgages, the 10% cap on credit cards, he's sending a message to those institutions of it's time for reforms. It's time to think outside the box because we have a country to save, and that's what's going to happen with his leadership.
You've got one of those dreaded 3 a.m. phone calls from Donald Trump?
I have not. I have a close enough relationship with him that that's not necessary.
All right, very good. Congressman, always great to have you in, and looking forward to your run for re-election. I mean, obviously you're running for re-election, and I don't even know, who's running for the Democrats, if anybody? I don't even know.
Yeah, so anybody? I have a primary and a general opponent, but I have the fortune of, so President Trump endorsed me, and then like 2 weeks later, he endorsed me again. I'm not sure why he endorsed me again.
You got a double endorsement?
I got endorsed twice within 2 weeks.
Wow.
And I'm like 99% positive. I'm the only member of Congress that's been endorsed twice in the same election cycle by the president.
Have you had In-N-Out yet?
Because I'm in D.C., I haven't, but man, I'm looking forward to it. There's a beautiful one there.
And you call yourself a Tennessean.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
They're not
I'm just
from
kidding.
Tennessee, just to be clear. They are now. Their headquarters is in Frankfort.
They are. I've had it like 5 times.
Yeah.
So when you have In-N-Out, because at 8:35, we're going to talk to Joan Jones because she finally had In-N-Out yesterday.
Okay.
And when you go to In-N-Out, I definitely want to know how you liked it.
Well, I'm going to go to In-N-Out. I'm going to take a selfie, and I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you. All right, Congressman. We'll talk to you again soon. It is 8:25. Joan?
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
Go animal style. That's all.
Use a lot of napkins.
Oh, okay.
Animal style, there's a bunch of crap on top of it.
And it's so good.
I am against animal style. I think it's gross and it gives you tummy problems.
Go big or go home, baby.
That's right. I like that.
All right, very good. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Tennessee's GOP leadership putting immigration enforcement on the front burner. Also, how's it going? School voucher applications now being taken for next year. Those stories are coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. You know, if you have lost a lot of weight and the skin didn't go along with it and you've got a bunch of that loose skin and you want to look better, my friends at Contours, they can help you. Now, check this out. They can get you looking good in no time. Contours can help you tighten up that loose skin and firm up your face as well. That's right. Now, they are experts in body contouring featuring FDA-cleared red light technology. People across Middle Tennessee are using Contours for their belly and their face. That's right. Now, right now, a great deal going on. You call them up, you mention my name, you get a belly buster treatment or a facial for just $99. Or another great deal, you can get both for just $149. That's right. Now, if you think that you're ready for a full transformation, ask about the Mandis Makeover, Contour's premier sculpting and maintenance program. Now, you can get a free set of facials with the purchase of a belly buster package. That's right. So you work on those fine lines on your face and the loose skin around your belly. You've got goals. We can help with Contours. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. Find them online anytime. ContoursLLC.com. Contours, what do you have to lose but inches?
Good morning. It's 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Tennessee's GOP leadership introducing new immigration bills, saying that they want to close gaps in enforcement and protect taxpayers. Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, talking on the Matt Murphy Show.
Benefits should be for those who are here legally and lawfully, period, not for those who are here illegally.
Now, the package would require status verification for everything like driver's licenses and teacher and nurse licenses. It also creates new reporting requirements and expands cooperation with ICE. Democratic lawmakers say the plan will separate families and distract from pressing issues like healthcare, housing, and grocery costs. It has been 2 days since the window for applying for the Tennessee School Voucher Program has been open for next year. Channel 4's Marius Payton.
There's already overwhelming interest. More than 50,000 applications have already been submitted. That's for both new applicants and renewals.
20,000 vouchers are available on a first-come, first-served basis. A new take on enjoying soup, Progressive Soup, has reintroduced what they call their soup drops. These look like cough drops, but they apparently taste like a bowl of soup. USA Today reporters checked them out.
Spicy. I was worried this might taste like ketchup. You can taste the basil right off the bat. Really interesting.
This is the best one. I can stomach this one.
Yeah, they're chicken noodle, tomato, basil, and beef pot roast. You can check out the marketing tagline, too, which is soup you can suck. First introduced in January, they sold out. Now they're going viral. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Starting out the trading day on Wall Street. On the plus side, we've got Dow Jones Industrials up 146, NASDAQ gaining 106, the S&P 500 index up 20. That's the latest news. Stick around for traffic and weather. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and if you've got a dog that has some behavior problems, I've got the company that can help you. I've been there, I've done that, and I wish that when I was going through these problems, I had a Ridgeside Canine Nashville around to help me, but they can help you. Now, I call these folks at Ridgeside Canine Nashville the Dog Whisperers. Now, they have helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues, and they can help you. Again, if you've got a dog with some behavioral problems, aggression, potty problems, anxiety, maybe it's just basic obedience, they can help you help your precious pup with just about anything. But what I really love about Ridgeside Canine Nashville and what they do is they believe that owner education is just as important as dog training, and long-term success with your dog begins with you. And Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they've got a lifetime support guarantee, and they are there for you 24/7. So make 2026 the year that your dog finally listens. Call Jeff at 615-878-0380, 615-878-0380, or find them online, rsk9nash.com. The letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, guaranteed for life. Also find them on Facebook, Ridgeside Canine Nashville.
Old Hickory Boulevard in Laverne this morning on the southbound side. There's a crash right at I-24. Academy Square, President Ronald Reagan Way at Ash Street. That's the scene of a crash, too. Thompson Lane, southbound side in Murfreesboro, still working on a crash scene this morning at Robert Rose Drive with the right lane blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So Sam tells us 2 seconds before we're supposed to go back on that he's going to begin playing Chris-themed bumps for this segment.
And then the back and forth between Dan and Sam was epic because he goes, Chris Cream? Chris Cream? What does that mean?
What? What are you talking about?
What's a Chris Cream? Chris themed.
I can't hear.
He's doing hip hop.
That's why you got the old man hat on. You can't hear either.
Shut up, Missy.
Retard alert. Retard alert, class. Oh, no.
So Joan had In-N-Out.
You did?
Yeah, she
For the
did.
first time.
She ate it. Do you want to tell
you're
the
gonna
story?
Yeah. Okay.
You go ahead.
So when I went, I thought I'd stop and I'd pick up some burgers for everyone to enjoy. My family, and so I get into the line, the drive-through line. Now I'm stuck in that line, right?
Yeah.
And they all say, "Nah, you know what? Don't bring it home because you really need to eat it hot, and we'll go another time."
That's fake news, by the way. The burgers hold up pretty well.
Well, so I'm stuck, and nobody else wanted any, so it was just me. So I get burger, and by the way, I ordered the protein burgers, protein style, whatever, so that it was wrapped in lettuce instead of being in bread.
Oh, weird.
And I got, come on,
Weird.
It's the old diet thing, you know.
You're gonna go to In-N-Out and you're gonna say, "Oh, the bread is where I draw the line."
No, I did draw the line at the bread, but I did get the French fries.
Okay.
Exactly. How does that make
Yeah,
sense?
it doesn't make any sense.
I didn't eat them all. Like, I just wanted to taste them.
I feel like you would pass on the fries and keep the bread, and that's healthier.
Nah. So I ended up, now I've got my burger in hand, and I'm like, well, now what am I going to do? I had to drive out, like they're telling you, get out of the parking lot, like go. They want to move traffic. So I picked a spot behind a building, like right in Murfreesboro.
like some drug addict that needs her fix.
I gotta go use.
She ate in her car alone.
All by myself.
Which one did you go to?
Let's see. It was right. There's a furniture store there, and
Are you Murfreesboro? Were you at Murfreesboro?
In Murfreesboro, yeah.
Okay.
Are you afraid to eat by yourself, Joan? Because the last time I went to In-N-Out, I ate by myself.
And like in store in the
Yeah.
See, I don't do that. Like, I feel like that's really sad. I used to be a waitress, and every time I saw somebody who was eating by themselves, I felt badly for them.
Mr. Haggerty?
Oh, he left his mic on.
You left your mic on there, Sam.
This morning.
Don't worry. He's gonna get the hang of this thing sooner or later.
At some point, he's going to be able to figure it out. Senator Bill Haggerty is calling in. And
why don't you ask him about animal style, huh?
You know what? I will, Joan.
All right, good.
There's important things going on in the world, but sure. Senator Bill Haggerty, Joan Jones, our news person, wants to know if you've had In-N-Out yet, and did you do animal style?
Yeah, no, I haven't done it here, but my kids are super excited. My wife is originally from Monterey Bay, California. It's something they've grown up when they go to visit their grandparents and aunts and uncles. They've grown up with In-N-Out. So everybody's excited. They've moved their headquarters here to Middle Tennessee, and I can't wait to see yet another business thrive and flourish here in our great state.
Well, I recommend animal style.
Can
okay?
I just say, I don't understand the politicians in this state because...
what is animal style? You have to tell me what that is.
See? It's with everything on it. So it's this sauce that's really lovely. And it's just this yummy bunch of sauce and I don't know, on top of the
Senator Haggerty, I would take all advice from Joan Jones with a grain of salt. She replaced the bun with lettuce. So I mean,
that's amazing.
Listen, if you do animal style, you need a lot of napkins and a breath mint.
And a nap afterwards, too.
Yes,
Yeah.
and a nap. And by the way, when you do animal style, you'll also end up, like I do, shame spiraling because you feel like you've got a bowling ball in your stomach. So that's what happens. All right, very good.
There you
go. Senator, this is a big day for you. So this is kind
Absolutely
of
it
a
is.
last minute kind of a thing. So you are officially now, I guess, filing your petition to run for re-election?
Yeah, I'm on my way right now to the Secretary of State's office. We're in transit as I'm speaking with you all. It's an exciting day for me. I think you know this, Dan. I'm not sure how many of our listeners do, but I've only run for one office in my entire life. I never ran for dog catcher. I never ran for student government or anything like that. I ran for the United States Senate. And I'd say it's the most challenging thing I've ever done when I did it back in 2020. But now it's my opportunity to run for re-election and really shift into the next gear for the people of Tennessee. It's been the honor of a lifetime to represent the people of the greatest state in the nation. And I'm headed down to pick up the papers, file the petition, and start the re-election campaign off for this 2026 race.
All right, so I'm going to ask you an incredibly softballish kind of question. What have you learned from your first term that you will apply to your second term?
Well, one is this. You can't judge the Democrats by what they say. It's by what they do. And what we hear coming out of Washington, all kinds of laudable things like the Inflation Reduction Act. Do you remember that one, Dan?
Oh, I sure do.
One of the most inflationary things we've ever seen. So I think that I've become acutely aware to listen sharply to what they say, assume the opposite is most likely the truth, and really dig in and try to look and see what deeds and what practices are actually involved. So it takes a great deal of homework. You cannot go in and read the headlines here. You've got to dig deep to find out what's actually going on. And we have found things buried in legislation that you would not believe that really just attempting to slip through ways. For example, at one point they tried to put something through when Joe Biden was president that would have allowed them to completely reprogram ICE to a transit bureau to bring people more rapidly into the country. My staff found that using a fine-tooth comb on page 87 or whatever it was of an appropriations bill, and we got it out of there. But you just have to be as diligent as you possibly can. Thankfully, Dan, I have a business background. Being diligent, they call it due diligence, when you go through the process of buying a company, investing in a company, that type of thing. I've been doing that for a career. So, it just one thing I would say is you got to be ever diligent and do not trust the words, but really get into the substance of what's happening.
Senator, let me ask you this. Was there any moment where you thought, I don't want to do this for another 6 years?
Well, those sorts of moments happen, Dan, when, for example, just yesterday, I was presiding on the floor of the United States Senate. It means I had the gavel. I was presiding, waiting for a Democrat to stand up, Michael Bennett from Colorado, to just wag on and on and on with more stuff that wasn't true.
I know him. I know.
Yeah. And my daughter is trying to call me because she's been in a fender bender. She's a new driver. I'm a dad. I want to be on the phone with her, and I'm having to say, honey, please text me. And she sends me photos of, her bent up fender, and I know she was in tears. And there I am stuck, can't call her for probably 45 minutes before I could get off the floor. And those are the times when I really, when your family life, when your responsibilities as a father or husband collide with a scheduled Senate that's quite demanding. But I don't regret it. My kids don't regret it. They know I'm doing this so that their future will be better and brighter. But those are the hard times.
She's okay?
She's okay. No, you may remember, when you're a young driver like that, this type of thing inevitably happens. But it's just so upsetting the first time something like that does happen. And, the car is, an expensive piece of equipment, and I know she just felt terrible about it. And,
I ran into her gate when I was 16. I ran into her gate. I don't.
No.
Yeah. Ran into a gate?
I find it ironic how much the Democrats proclaim to be against family separation, yet they wouldn't let you talk to your daughter. You had to listen to them rattle on.
Good point.
Senator Chris
I've
Hand
been an
here.
illegal alien, they would have informed me.
Yeah, exactly. Senator, we've seen mobs attacking federal agents, elected Democrats siding with them in Minneapolis, Minnesota. What exactly is the threshold for invoking the Insurrection Act? Because from our vantage point, it looks like this has already been crossed.
Yeah, this is something that's happened multiple times in history. Prior presidents have done it. You have domestic unrest. I think if you just turn on any television show right now, they go back to several decades back to look at the situation that's occurring or that was occurring then when the Insurrection Act was invoked, you'd see something very similar. I think President Trump has tried to send every signal that give every opportunity to the insurrectionists that they need to calm down, they need to back down. But here's a problem. You've got elected officials like Governor Tim Walz who are encouraging people to come out and resist. And it's something that's being fomented by a party, a political party here in America. This isn't something that just sort of boiled up on the street. This has been actively encouraged by political leaders that are far left extremists here in America. And if you don't draw a solid line, if you don't say, look, we stand for law and order, look, President Trump ran on law and order. I certainly agree with that. I had the endorsement of law enforcement officers across this state. I think that we have to stand for law and order. We have to make a clear line. And if we don't, if we continue to coddle and appease these leftist protesters, they're going to continue to think that they can get away with anything. And what's the result? It's dangerous. People are getting injured. People are getting shot. People are getting killed. And if they think that waging war on federal officers is something that's acceptable, I think they've got another thing coming. And I think it's time. I think President Trump is contemplating it closely. I don't want to get ahead of him. But I think from my perspective, I think the circumstances are clearly present that he would be within his rights to invoke the insurrection. It basically put the necessary resources on the ground to stop this and to protect our federal agents and federal property.
Senator, you've often sounded the alarm on China. I know that's going to continue if you win the second term. We know what's going on in Iran. We also know that China is also involved in all of this because China has the relationships with Iran. So do you have an indication as to what Donald Trump is going to do related to Iran's government and the message he wants to send to China?
I can only answer it at a high level, and you'll understand why. I'm not going to get. I'm very deeply involved in this. This is going to be the president's call, and particularly the timing of what he does. And I don't want to do anything that would eliminate or reduce the element of surprise to the extent that's beneficial to us. But I'll say this: he's been very clear that the American people support the Iranian people. We're not going to back away, look the other direction like Barack Obama did the last time we had a situation like this in Tehran. We are supportive of the Iranian people. People here in America support freedom. And the theocracy that has suppressed people in that country since 1976 has been murderous. They have fomented not only violence in their own country and a dictatorship there, but they've supported Hezbollah, they've supported Hamas, they've supported the Houthis in Yemen, they've supported violence throughout the Middle East. They have been the most disruptive factor by far of any player in the Middle East. And you nailed it. The way they survive financially is by selling their oil at a deep discount to China. So China is connected at the hip with them economically and supporting this operation. And the message to China couldn't be clearer either, and this is public. President Trump has already said it. Yep. Anyone doing business with the Iranian regime is going to be subjected to a 25% tariff immediately on everything. If China understands anything, it's this. They are an economic powerhouse, but only because their ability to sell into a major market like the United States. If that is hampered, if that is diminished in any way, they're going to feel the pain immediately. President Trump knows how to show them he means business, and that's in the pocketbook. So I think that part of it, that aspect of it is very clear. What President Trump does specifically with respect to supporting the Iranian people and the type of message that China should take from that, I'll leave that as the facts unfold here. But I think you know this. Carrier strike groups are moving to the region. Yep. President Trump is dead serious.
All right. I don't know. Chris, got anything else for the senator?
I have one more thing I'd like to bring up with you and Chris, if I could, because we were talking about, insurrection. But one thing that is a stark comparison between what's happening in Minnesota and what is happening in Tennessee is what's happening right now in Memphis with Memphis Safe. Yep. And if you think about it, that is the epitome of cooperation. with the federal government. It started back in conversations between myself and the mayor of Memphis last summer, when I could see that I was going to be finally serving in the majority in the United States Senate and in a position to work with him. His initial reaction, I would say, wasn't positive. I'd been out there for the past 2 or 3 years trying to get my arms around the crime situation while it was unfolding. It turns out that they have a DA that was funded by George Soros to the tune of $600,000 that put him in office, a Yale-educated lawyer who is letting everybody go out there, demoralizing the whole system. But when I saw the opportunity for the tide to turn, again, working with the mayor, again, this is the mayor of the city of Memphis, not the county, not Shelby County, but the city of Memphis, and the police chief there and the sheriff there. And by the time Kash Patel was named in December, we began to work on a plan. This year, after President Trump took office, we began working directly with the local police authorities there in Memphis and federal authorities in Washington, D.C., working up the cases, and very quietly, starting in June at the beginning of the summer, we went in and took out 142 of the worst criminals, arrested them, charged them on federal charges. The next wave, we took out over 500. That was through the course of the summer. President Trump watched all this, and he said at the end of the summer, you're going to get the full menu, 16 federal agencies, including the National Guard, which is what the left is clutching their pearls about. But 16 different agencies, including the IRS, because all of these criminal operations have illicit revenue streams. We're going to charge them federally. We're going to send them to Leavenworth, not the Shelby County Jail. Today, we have arrested close to 5,000 of these criminals. We're cleaning up Memphis. People call me every day saying, thank you. We're back out on the streets. We're using the playground. We're going to restaurants again. The city is revitalized. Compare that. That's the model of cooperation between local and state authorities and federal authorities. Compare that to what is happening today in Minneapolis, where you have local authorities and state authorities trying to resist the federal government and creating violence, fomenting violence, I should say, that's precipitating all the unrest that we see. Night and day difference, and it all gets down to leadership, and thank God we're from a state like Tennessee.
Amen. Senator, you mentioned the DA being funded, the campaign being funded by Soros. I think that's something like a lot of conservatives know and have been yelling about for years. Are there any discussions on what can be done to bad actors like George and Alex Soros at these high levels?
You know, Alex Soros took over for his father, and he said his focus is going to be elections. What they do is find weak points, low price point investments, if you will, that will destabilize the nation. And to spend $600,000 on a local DA's race compared to what is spent on a presidential race, they can go in and disrupt an entire city just by hitting a focal point like the district attorney.
Yep,
and
huge
they
ROI.
did it to destabilize Memphis. They're doing it around the country. You're right. It's a huge ROI for them. Soros made his money as an investor, and that's what he's doing. He's investing in chaos in America. Why he's doing it, his motivation, I have no idea. But it seems that that this is the type of thing that his organization has been breeding. The next generation is taking over, seemingly even more fervent to try to do this. I think the most, I'm not for silencing anybody's voice here in America, but when this type of activity takes place, we need to call it out. We need to make it visible. And we need to respond. That means we need to be putting up conservative options. We need to be coming in and going toe to toe with people like George Soros in these local races. They even go down to the school board level.
Yeah.
Republicans and conservatives can't be caught asleep at the wheel. We can't let what happened in Memphis happen to other important points. And it is important at the local level, at a fundamentally important level where the rubber meets the road. That's where Soros' organization is targeted, and that's where we're going to have to be diligent and wide awake in making sure that we're recruiting strong conservative candidates to stand up to this.
Senator Bill Hagerty, good luck with the reelection. We appreciate you calling in, and I'm sure that we're going to be covering the campaign every step of the way.
Thanks so much, Dan. Good to be with you both.
All right, man, see you later. I can't believe you told him to get animal style, Joan.
He meant all three of us.
He's like he what?
He meant all. He said, good to be with you both. He forgot I was there.
Well, because you told me to get animal style, and I told him he's going to need a breath mint and a napkin.
I think he started ignoring Joan's opinion when he found out that she did lettuce instead of regular buns.
I think you're right.
Have you seen the text line?
Yeah, I know.
Nobody's reacting to the Haggerty interview. They're all just like, hey, Joan, lettuce instead of buns? Kind of liberalish.
Right. Somebody said I was liberal because of it. Oh, my goodness. It's a diet thing, people.
Is it true that you're a tree hugger? Joan?
Absolutely not.
You know, animals have feelings too and all that stuff.
Joan is so crunchy granola. She got to the counter at In-N-Out, said, "Do you have granola?" They said, "Ma'am, this is a burger joint."
Yeah. Also, I shave.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
No, she's not Brigitte Macron under the pits. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
8:56, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Stoltz Co., a great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. Now, they build pole barns at Stoltz Co. Now, these pole barns, they can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums. You can live in them. And these days, barn dominiums from Stoltz Co., they are new and improved. They're offering you turnkey options. Now, that means that they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. You turn the key and you are home with Stoltz Co. Call them at 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. Find them on Instagram. Find them on Facebook and their website, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. $8:57, Nashville's Morning News. Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, you can start the year off stress-free and sell your home with Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. You're going to save time, make the most money, and eliminate all that hassle. Now, listen, you don't have to worry about the constant cleanings and making costly repairs. With Mark Spain Real Estate, their guaranteed offer, you can receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry, and you can move when you're ready. No showings, no open houses, and no stress. Mark Spain Real Estate has over 14,000 five-star reviews. You can trust the most experienced real estate team in America to sell your home quickly and for top dollar. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. All right, 8:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I thought that was a good interview with Senator Bill Hagerty.
Yeah, you've been on fire this morning. Couple good interviews.
That's right. And the highlight, though, Joan, of the show.
Yeah.
Again, I hate to tell it to everybody, but the 5 o'clock hour with that woman dropping the F-bombs and she sounded like a chicken. So if you, and Chris has seen it.
Yep.
I put a bunch of bleeps in and I aired the audio, and it's really, really funny. So, folks, if you have not, and we, of course, drove the bit into the ground because that's what we do. So if you missed the 5 o'clock hour, you've got to listen to the 5 o'clock hour. It is very funny indeed. So
just don't listen to it between 9 and noon.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Good. No,
yeah, don't listen between.
I'm giving him a hard time. I don't care. You can listen to it now if you want to. Do whatever you want. You're an adult. Make your own choices.
Happy Friday. I'll see you Monday. Super
Damn
Talk.
straight we did.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 9:01 now, and I'm Joan Jones.